in the morning, you got me up all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say, we gon' be okay, we just gotta boom bada boom ba. I don't wanna fight, you know that I'm right, baby let me talk to your body. We gon' be okay, hear me when I say. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah.
I wake up, flex, thumb down now.
Check.
No drip, this
Wet.
Tell them run it up. No sleep, no
Rest.
Might crash, might
wreck.
but first I
Stretch.
Tell them run it up. I wake up,
Flex.
thumb down now.
Check.
No drip, this
Wet.
Tell them run it up. No sleep, no
Rest.
Might crash, might
wreck.
but first I
Stretch.
Tell them run it up.
9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies.
Can apologies be the solutions that can heal a broken heart? In the past, it appears that women of old were more or less more open to apologizing to their man. But in modern times, it appears that many women don't have the wherewithal or the maturity to say, I'm sorry. Anita Baker was a woman of the past with a very smooth and a very velvet voice. A voice that was so powerful that would soothe the soul of many. Anita Baker more or less was the elixir to what many men have been looking for. And in many times in relationships, many men only want an apology. But because it appears that pride and hubris has more or less crept into the hearts of so many of our women, many fail not to understand the power of apology as it relates to relationships. Do modern women view men as commodities? Or do modern women view men as someone with a heart, a human being, someone that is in need of affection, love, warmth, and also an apology? I want you guys to explore this show as we talk about the power of apologies, as apologies lead to forgiveness. And it appears that apologies was more or less more paramount in the past than in modern times. To the women that are listening, are you an agent for the sake of apologies? Are you agents of chaos? We're going to explore this show with a clip by Kevin Samuels, but also the power of apologies as it relates to healing the soul of a man, but also healing relationships in these modern times. And I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. Are you an agent of change or are you a conduit of chaos? You determine. Be well. All right, guys, we're about to have a conversation on today as it is snowing in the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State. We're snowing here in the Tar Heel State. It's blistery and it's cold. But to add clarity to the conversation, because like my man Emmett Freeman said, no doubt, I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. I'm about to drop some fire for your mind on today, because in order to find solutions in these modern times, we got to be able to identify the issues and the triggers that's causing relationships to be so fragmented. The question remains on the day, is there power in apologies? Is there power in apologies? Because to the ego of a man, probably a healthy ego for male development is honor and respect. When a woman can learn to successively respect and honor her man through apology, it heals the heart and the soul of a man, but also it can heal that turbulent relationship. We're going to have a powerful discussion because this year is the year of empowerment for our men. If our women want to get the outcomes that are vibrant or more or less amenable to masculine development, one must ask themselves the question, are our women open to apologizing to their man? Anita Baker talked about it back in the 90s. I'm from the 90s. I graduated back in 1990. And it appears there was a time in the past when our women exuded a high level of maturity. But I did a poll today because it appears that so many men are in relationships where the women fails to apologize. And so the question remains, are you an agent of chaos or are you an agent of change? If you're an agent of chaos, do you lack the maturity to do the shallow work that's keeping you from being in a solid relationship with your man? Because watch this, men by nature want to be honored and respected. When a man is in a relationship where he's honored and respected, he's more willing to give you ladies the best things that he can give you as it relates to change. But we have these conversations in what's called the universality of brotherhood when men come together and share their stories. But it appears that so many men are saying the same thing, that many times in relationships, the women won't say that they are sorry. But they'll give an act of altruism, like they might cook, they might give the man sex, they might do a kind deed, but they lack the wherewithal to say, I'm sorry. Now watch this. Self-introspection is paramount if you're in a relationship, ladies. You have to self-introspect if you want to get the love, adoration, and protection from a man. But we live in a time where it appears that the needs and the desires of men many times go unchecked. And because of that, so many men are apathetic in relationships. They're apathetic to the prospects of love, and they're apathetic to the concerns and the cares of most modern and or Western women. So the question remains, ladies, are you willing to introspect? Do you have the power to say that I'm sorry, baby? Do you have the power to say that, you know what, I was wrong, and I'm willing to look at myself and to look at the behaviors that I've more or less contributed as it relates to our relationship? Are some women complicit of what's called the Medusa complex? Meaning, as Medusa looked in the mirror, she became petrified because she could not more or less look at herself. And taking a look at yourself, ladies and men, is a byproduct of what's called accountability. You will be surprised what I'm sorry would do to your relationship, ladies. You will be surprised what an apology would mean to a relationship. And depending on the severity of what you said or did, an apology is a first step to getting forgiveness from that person that you offended. But all acts of forgiveness does not mean that that relationship is going to be solidified long term, and we're going to talk about that. Because one of the misnomers as it relates to forgiveness and as it relates to an apology is that if you apologize, then that relationship will be secured. And if that person forgives you, then that relationship is secured. But that's a misnomer. And as I said earlier, we're going to talk about that. But watch this. I need you guys to share the content. Get the likes up to the 19 that are listening. Share this content with as many men as you can. You guys have done awesome last year. You've helped me reach my goals for the most part. I look for great things in 2022 as I seek to empower the brotherhood, as I seek and to empower good women that are willing to listen and to understand the concerns of men, women that are willing to understand the pain and the hurt that so many men have been through. So this is going to be a good year, but I need you guys to share the content. I need you guys to share the content, because when you share the content, you help this channel grow. But back to point. I want to ask the guys the question, what does an apology mean to you? What does an apology mean to you? And I want you guys to respond in the comments what it means to have an apology. Does sex substitute for an apology? And before you make that, before you answer the question, I need you guys to write in the text or in the chat what an apology means to you, and we're going to use that as talking points as this show accumulates. But an apology is very important to many men. You got women from the past in the 70s, women in the 80s and the 90s that knew that. It appears to me that women of the past, sisters of the past, were a lot more mature. And they were willing to look at themselves and say, what can I do to make my relationship work with my man? They loved their men. They honored their men. And honor and respect is tied to apologizing, as I said earlier. But the question remains, what does an apology mean to you guys? And while you guys are dropping it, more or less ruminating on what it means, I'm going to play this clip or more or less run this, the lyrics by Anita Baker, because Anita Baker was a crooner from the past. I love Anita Baker. Her music is very hypnotic, and her music is what many men need, because relationships in the past, in my opinion, were a lot more stronger, and it appears that our women were a lot more forgiving, and they were a lot more mature. But let's look at the lyrics, guys, ladies and gentlemen, about Anita Baker. Anita Baker said, Get my baby off the line just cause the other night we had a horrible fight. She said, I admit I was out of control, but I still love my man with my body and soul. Listen to what Anita Baker said. She said, I admit that I was out of control, but I still love my man with my body and my soul. How many of you women that are listening have the maturity of Anita Baker as it relates in that song? When you've done your man wrong, do you have a spirit of contrition when you come to that man and say, you know what, baby, I'm sorry for what I've done. Because there's psychological healing, ladies, when you apologize to your man. But it appears that many men are saying that their women lack the maturity to say that they are sorry. And because a woman doesn't say that she's sorry, then men feel that that woman might not be 100% loyal to him. I've said in the past, ladies, that when you can control your feelings, that's a true sign of love to a man. Controlling your feelings is the first step to showing that you love your man. Because when you can control your feelings, you will do what's right when you don't feel like doing what's right. I'm going to say it again. When you can control your feelings, you will do what's right when you don't feel like doing what's right. And that's a true sign of a mature woman and a woman that loves her man, when she can let her feelings not override her honor and respect for her man. Men don't care about the feelings or more or less the emotions of love, but what men do care about, men care about a woman honoring and respecting him, because the love currency for a man is not the emotions of love. We give that to the women that we love, but the love currency for a man is honor and respect. When that woman can control her feelings and honor that man and show a level of contrition, then that man feels like that woman got his back. And when a man realizes a woman can love him in spite of her emotions and feelings, that's a woman that he can trust. Because watch this, when men give their best, ladies, men are very vulnerable. The female imprint can be very powerful on the psyche of a man. But when a man does not feel like there's reciprocity in the relationship, then he's not secure in that relationship, and he doesn't have the power or the wherewithal to give you his best. A man would give you his best when he feels secure in that relationship. And like Bishop Charles E. Williams said, y'all ain't gonna talk to me. Now, when the road gets rough, you say things you should not say. I never meant to treat my baby that way. How many guys in relationships have been with women when the road got rough? They not only emasculated you with their words, but they left you. How many men in relationships when the road got rough, not only did she emasculate you with her words, but she left you? Because in relationships, if we're going to have the best as it relates to power, then our women must learn to understand what it means to their men. They must understand what love and healing means to their man. Because when a woman is not loving her man, then that man cannot give his woman the best. Relationships are powerful to the healing of a man. But when that man is not getting what he wants in the relationship, then it's going to cause him to suffer within. Hold tight. Anita said, I apologize. Oh, believe me, I do. I apologize. Oh, honest and true, because I know I was wrong, so I'll sing you this song. I'm going to get through it and make it up to you. How many women, once again, have shown a level of contrition in relationships where you were genuinely sorry to how you treated your man and how you treated the relationship? Now, listen, guys, if you have not donated, donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. Please donate to the channel, as I am a licensed therapist. But also, ladies and gentlemen, share the content if you don't have anything to share monetarily. As I said earlier, I'm grateful for everything you guys have done in 2021, and I look forward to 2022. So please share the content. Shout out to my man Top Gun that always holds me down. Shout out to Cool Gent 87, Tim Howard, Gail Lockett, and all the others have been supportive of me in this journey to empowering our men, but also to the women that are listening, that are willing to understand where men are coming from and try to find solutions in these very turbulent times. But back to point. Anita say, operator, it was like a bad dream. And Lord, you should have heard the way he shouted and the way that I screamed. I regret because I was unfair. I took it all out on him just because he was there. And that goes back, guys, to a condition called displaced aggression, where the woman and men sometimes take their anger out on the target for whatever reason. That reason could be vicarious trauma, where that woman or that man reminds that person of somebody that hurt them in the past, and they see that person as a target of their pain. And that displaced aggression is due to what's called an unhealthy ego. And it's very primitive because it does not solve solutions. And that's why so many men get frustrated, because many men don't feel secure in relationships because they don't know if the women have their best interests at heart. If he loses his job, will she still hold him down? If he can't perform in the bedroom, does she still love him? If he can't give her the things that she wants as it relates to her selfish needs, will she still support him as a man? Or will she emasculate him and displace her aggression due to the pain that she went through from the past? Anita said, I apologize for I was unkind, and I wish I can go back in time, erase the goodbyes, and rewrite my life. Well comes rain or shine. I'm going to do right this time. Oh, I apologize. Oh, baby, because I knew I was wrong. That's why I'm singing my song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I apologize. Oh, yeah. I apologize. Oh, yeah, because I knew I was wrong. That's why I'm singing this song. And I gotta get, and I need to get through to you. Yeah, yeah. And so women, you get through your man by being feminine. And being feminine is a byproduct of apologizing to your man. When you are genuine in your authenticity to say, baby, I'm sorry, you become what's called a feminine oscillator. Just like a fan oscillates, when a woman oscillates her femininity through the power of apology, it makes that man feel secure and it makes him feel safe. Because watch this, women, you say you want protection from a man. Are you willing to protect his ego? I just dropped some fire for your mind.
Fire.
I just dropped some fire from your mind.
The kosher clinician.
You women said that you want to be safe and feel safe, but are you willing to protect his ego to help him feel safe? Because the masculine ego is predicated, ladies, on respect and power. Men feel powerful when they feel respected. Men feel powerful when they feel honored. When a woman becomes the cheerleader of a man, that man feels like he can leap through mountains. When a woman feels it's the cheerleader of a man, that man feels like he can accomplish anything. But do modern women have the power to be genuinely feminine instead of seeing men as commodities or a means to an end? Because so many men talk about it, I hear it many times through anecdotal reasons, but also through some research journals where men have checked out because they don't feel honored and valued. And it's led to a condition called disposable male syndrome, where the men don't feel like they're nothing more than a paycheck and a means to an end. And that's why we got to have these conversations. We got to have these conversations, ladies and gentlemen, in order to get the outcomes that we need to be successful moving forward. So guys, once again, share the content. If you have not hit the like button, hit the like button, share the content, because we need to have a conversation. Many relationships appear to be faltering. Many modern relationships don't appear to have the stability like they did in the past. But the question remains, what happened to women like Anita Baker? Are you willing to be like Anita Baker? Are you willing to look within yourself and to give that man what's necessary and vital for healing and change? Or will you continue to be in a cesspool where you don't do the shallow work due to being petrified by what you will see when you look at the mirror? Michael Jackson said it better than me. He said, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. The question remains, are some of our women willing to look at themselves? Because the men are willing to meet you halfway if you're willing to look at yourself. Because relationships are a byproduct of working together. That's why we call it a relationship. We must be able to relate in order to work together. But what happened to women like Anita Baker? were women of the past, once again, more mature. And so in the meantime, I'm going to read some of these comments. And I need you guys to share the content. I need you guys to donate. If you have not donated, donate to the channel. And I'm going to add some new moderators this year because I can't do all this stuff by myself because it's hard to moderate while I'm trying to have a conversation. Hold tight. Hold tight. So I asked you guys the question earlier. And I'm going to read some of these comments. But I asked you guys the question earlier. Do you feel that modern women have the maturity to say that I'm sorry? I want you to give me your answer in the comments as I read through these comments right now. Red Pill Hustle says that women by nature want to be honored and respected. Respect. Love in Nitra 2 said, that's right, Red. We do LOL. Right. She also said men by nature want to be honored and respected. No doubt. You're right, sis. We do. We need it in order to be the best versions of ourselves, sis. You're 100% correct. And we need it if we're going to have strong families and strong relationships. Shout out to Reese from Philly. Thank you, brother, for subscribing. Hot Def said that you can't save them all. There are way many too casual to save any village. I respect that, brother, and I think many are beginning to say that as well. Shout out to KP from KC5, no doubt. And Chris Strongheart said that no, they do not. That's interesting. We're going to have that conversation because many men feel that most modern women don't have the capacity to say that I'm sorry, baby, for what I've done. I take ownership for what I've done. I love you, therefore I'm going to be better as a woman because I want this relationship to work. Or do so many blame the man, which is a byproduct of not being the agent of change. So once again, please share the content. And if you have not donated, donate as well. And we're going to finish this discussion and we're going to look at this clip. Because it appears that negative socialization have been the death kill to many of our women. When a woman can love her man, do beauty and genuineness, it does something to the psyche of a man. Guys, I want to ask you a question. When your woman apologized to you, what did it feel like when she said, baby, I'm sorry? Did it make you love her more? Did it make you want to give her more? Did it make you want to protect her more when she said, baby, I'm sorry? And I want you guys to give me your response in the comments. But an apology and forgiveness, guys, is synonymous. They are all tied into one. When you apologize to that man, it's the first step to getting forgiveness. Forgiveness does not always mean that you're going to bring that relationship back together. Forgiveness is just what it is. But before a person can be granted forgiveness, the person that created the offense must have come to that person and apologize and say, you know what, I was wrong. Please grant me forgiveness. And then the victim can turn around and say, either I'm not ready to forgive you yet, depending on the severity of what happened, because depending on what happened, all acts of forgiveness are not always merited at that time. Now, if it's something simple like, you ate his food and you didn't mean to do it, that's a simple act of forgiveness that's needed for an apology. But if that man found out that that child is not his or you cheated on him, that's a situation where it might take him a long time to forgive, even though forgiveness for the healing of the mind of that man, but also it can be the disillusionment of that relationship. Many people feel that this saying, I'm sorry, means that what's done is gone away, and it doesn't mean that. Forgiveness is for the victim. Forgiveness means that I'm sorry, I accept your apology, but depending on the severity of what the person did, they can never have a relationship. Some people confuse that when a person said that they're sorry, that the relationship should continue. But it doesn't mean that the relationship should continue. It just means that, you know what? I can forgive you so that I can heal, but we can never be together again. But it just depends on what the act or the offense was. When a woman is genuine and authentic, is forgiveness more or less optimized when she's genuine and authentic? I'm going to ask the question again. When a woman is genuine and authentic, is that a form of femininity? Men, do you feel that most modern women are genuine and authentic when they apologize? Or do you feel like they're not necessarily sorry for what they did? They're sorry because they got caught. And only, guys, you can answer that question based on the things that you've been through in these turbulent times, but also in these turbulent relationships. Do you feel that modern women lack the soft skills that are vital to telling that man that I'm sorry? Or do you think many modern women only point the finger back at you when the offense is done and the offense is given? Because based on the comments that I'm seeing that many men feel like that many times that when they say that they're sorry, that it's not genuine. And as I said earlier, men need to feel like that they are loved in relationships. They need to feel like that they are honored in relationships to get the best outcomes to that woman. Part of the male ego is feeling protected. His protection comes from your cooperation. He feels protected and secure when you're loyal to him. He feels like if you're loyal, then he can go out and conquer the world. But if a man feels like he can't trust you and that you're not emotionally mature, then he can't give you the best. Men need genuine women as it relates to relationship. They need women that genuinely love them, not women that are parrots or words that they don't really mean themselves. If modern women lack the more or less skill to say that I'm sorry, if they lack the wherewithal, guys, to say that I'm sorry, what is going to be the issue with relationships going forward? Many men have seen modern relationships as more or less dead. They don't feel that these relationships are more or less viable. Many men are checking out of modern relationships because they don't feel like there are enough wholesome women. Are there some uncovered gems out there? Yes. There are some good sisters that are uncovered and that are waiting to be covered by a good man. But many men feel like that those uncovered gems, you got to go do a lot just to get to them. So what does that say about the times and the conditions that we're living in? Would there be a social revolution of love for black families and black communities? Many men don't see it. And that's very problematic because many men don't see it. So it's pride the reason why so many can't say that they are sorry. It's pride the reason that they don't look within themselves and take ownership for some of the negative behaviors that they are having. Is it hubris? Is it pride? Is it lack of maturity? Or is it negative socialization? Or could it be a combination of all? If you guys have not donated, once again, donate to the channel. Let's have a conversation. Because in the clinical world, guys, there's a such thing called anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is what you see. It's what you see with your own eyes. There's a such thing called qualitative evidence. And quantitative evidence is dealt with raw data and raw numbers. But the next form of data is called qualitative information, where it's done with surveys. It's done with longitudinal studies. And when all of that stuff is happening, then, watch this, it helps people to see a picture a lot more clear. But the question remains, why are so many men faltering in modern relationships? Do men feel safe with the women that they're dealing with?
This is the first time maybe in human history where we're having these discussions, as this is a masculine revival where men are beginning to speak out. We're beginning to find solutions to the issues in relationships. And part of those solutions is having the conversation to what's called a universality of brotherhood. Many times in relationships, guys, and to the women that are listening, many men feel that many women suffer from thinking errors called minimization and the overgeneralization of masculine men. Minimization means that they don't really see that man as anything other than a means to an end. They minimize his pain. They minimize his struggle. They minimize the things that he went through at the exoneration of themselves. They minimize it. And they magnify their own self-worth at the behest of that man. And because of that, many men are frustrated in relationships. Because many lack the wherewithal to say, I'm sorry. Overgeneralization basically says that all men are that way. All men are dogs. And because of the pain that they went through dealing with unsavory men, they tend to displace their aggression towards the whole population of men based on the pain that they experienced from the few that were toxic men themselves. And so, once again, do modern women have the wherewithal to say that I'm sorry? Are they able to self-introspect? Are they able to look within themselves? Shout out to my man Top Gun. Thank you, brother, for the not $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. He said, I'm going to start the new year off right. Come on, fellas. Let's help our brother vigorously grow his subs. Welcome to all the new subs. Trolls, you will get checked expeditiously. No doubt, brother. And then shout out to my man Black Thanos. He said, this is why I didn't give my ex-girlfriend my best. Right. I couldn't trust her to have my back. I left her thinking that I was unmotivated. She never considered the fact that she contributed nothing. And that's why this conversation is so powerful. No doubt, Black Thanos, you're right, brother. And I do these shows, guys, because I want the women to understand what men are thinking through what I call a synthetic barbershop. Many times in the barbershop, guys, you don't really hear what men are thinking. But on this channel, you're going to hear what men are thinking, and we're going to come up with resolve, and we're going to try to find solutions. Sometimes those solutions might not be what you want to hear, because all solutions are not synonymous to what some of our women might want. But we got to have the conversation if we're going to get the healing that's necessary moving forward. Shout out to my man, I can't think of his name. Top Gun said, I've never seen the same amount of apologies as I've seen E.T. Glorifying. Right. And then shout out to Love in Nitra too. RKC, that's the difference. The women are honoring and revering a certain man or believe more than other women. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that, dear, but if you want to come on at some point and talk, feel free to cam up and we're going to have a conversation. My man Munta Don said, watching for London, UK, your channel will eventually grow, bro. Beautiful Lies got me to subscribe to your channel. Big ups, no doubt, brother. Much love and respect. She said, Reverend, no doubt. I see what you got, sister. Michael Graham said that, hold up, did your camera get better? It's effects, man. It's effects. But thank you anyway, brother. It's a blue effect. But that's why we're having these conversations, man. That's why we're having these conversations. Barry Hamilton said Kevin Samuels recently had a call in, and he said had a call in on this subject only for females who belittle men for sharing their experience. Some women won't understand men's feelings, no doubt. And shout out to my man D'Angelo Bay for the $5 super chat. He said he's giving his time, no doubt. Thank you, brother. Because these conversations are very important if we're going to have a revolution in romance, and we're going to have a revolution in relationships. Shout out to Vanitra Matthews, a tall cup of coffee. No doubt, sweetie. I think that's a woman. Thank you for your love and kindness with that love. I really appreciate that as we continue this conversation. At some point, guys, the men are going to have a conversation, because what I'm seeing in these comments are more or less confirming what I've always thought about what's going on in modern relationships. These comments are more or less confirming what I've always thought in modern relationships. Many men are frustrated. They're feeling like they're not getting the best and the proper outcomes that can help them deal with their pain. Many men feel like they can't give that woman their best. And Anita Baker made another song called Giving You the Best That I Got, Baby. She made another song called Giving You the Best That I Got. And as I told you guys, that art is an imitator of life, so is music. Why is it that women of the past appear to be more loving to their men? Some of the women often wrote romantic songs from the past where they showed their love for their men. But normally men have been the crooners as it relates to love and romance. And many men are beginning to check out because they don't feel like it's being reciprocated. I'm going to ask you ladies the question, what are you willing to render unto a man to get the ring? Because I told you guys in the past that men are the prize catchers. They determine if you will get the ring. They determine if they're willing to put their life on the line for you. They determine if you're worthy of the ring and you're worthy of a wholesome relationship. What are you willing to render to get the ring from an honest and a very noble man? Have his needs been minimized? Have your needs been grossly exaggerated? Do we tend to overgeneralize all men as being bad and complicit in the dysfunction that's happening in the black community or all communities, black or white? There was a book that was more or less written by Dr. Helen Smith called Men on Strike. And many men go on strike when they feel like they're not getting their needs met. Many men are aborting from relationships because they're not getting their needs met as well. And because of that, many men don't see or more or less feel that modern relationships are worth their time. We're going to explore this clip by Kevin Samuels. We're going to have this discussion, and then we're going to open the panel up. Men are going to come up. We're going to share and talk. And we're going to talk about the struggles that many men are having and why so many modern women don't really care about what men are dealing with or going through. Shout out to the good sisters that are listening. Shout out to the good sisters that are mature and that are willing to understand the needs of our men and the women that are willing to introspect and say, you know what, I'm willing to do what's necessary and vital to help my man become the best version of himself. Shout out to my sister, Gail Lockett. She's one of the sisters that get it. She grew up in a home where she had a strong father. She grew up in a home where she respected and honored her father. The authors say, honor thy father and thy mother. But many times in America, we got it twisted, where they say, honor their mother and their father. Many men don't feel that they are honored and respected. Therefore, as I said earlier, they cannot give you the best that they have. But once again, what are you willing to render to a man in a relationship? Are you willing to give him your best so that you can get his love and protection? Are you willing to honor him with all your heart and your mind, your soul, and your spirit? Are you willing to get rid of these dating apps and get rid of social media and commit your full devotion, time, and attention to your man? Because loyalty is very important for a man. A man can give you his best when he feels that you are truly loyal and you honor him. And so when a woman can consistently say, baby, no, I'm wrong, then that man, it's the small things that you do, like apologizing, that might get you the ring. It's the small things like apologizing that might get you that bigger home. It's the small things like apologizing that might get you that trip to Cancun. But it got to be genuine, because men don't like women that lie and feign humility. Men want honorable, noble women that are genuine and genuinely care about the concerns of men. So why is it that women of the past, like Anita Baker, we go back to the 70s, why were those women so much more suitable when it came down to apologies? Were women of the 70s and the 80s and the 60s more mature than modern women? Did they have better examples? Were they willing to look within themselves? Did other women hold women more accountable, like the elders of the communities, like the grandmothers, like the big mothers? And I think that played a major role to the maturity of our women. But now the infrastructure of many communities are beginning to falter. They're not universally as sound as they used to be. And because of that, relationships, families are not safe. Children are at their best when they feel safe. But a woman cannot get the safety of a man until she learns to apologize. Nietzsche said that respectfully, government subsidies vary and those mentioned only affect a subset of women that some aren't even checking for. We got to think a little deeper than that. Well, Nietzsche, dear, if you want to come on at some point, once I run this clip, come on, let's have a conversation. I would love to hear your points of view. Logan JJ said that as a 37-year-old single man, I'm honestly convinced it's not worth it in the long run to give today's modern woman my very best. Wow. And you guys heard it. Logan JJ said it. I didn't say it. Logan JJ said it. I didn't say it. Because that's what's happening now in these modern times and these modern relationships. Many men are frustrated. Al Greens did Frustrated 1, Frustrated 2, and Frustrated 3. I'm going to be in that movie. El Guapo is going to be in that movie. Chris Strongheart is going to be in that movie. Dr. Ronald Neal is going to be in that movie. And those movies more or less talk about the struggles that many men are having. And I do these shows, ladies, because when you love a person, you tell them the truth. You don't lie to them like some of these men do that are charlatans. They tell you what you want to hear. They satiate your emotions instead of telling you the raw and objective truth. Because the truth does not change based on the circumstances or the times. The truth is the truth. And we don't use liberal catchphrase terms like my truth and your truth or what's called moral relativism. We just tell the raw and objective truth. And sometimes the truth hurts because it can cause what's called the Medusa complex. When Medusa had the mirror and she pointed it to herself, she cracked because she was not able to more or less deal with what she saw in the mirror. D'Angelo Bay said that truth changes not, no doubt, brother. Top Gun said that the feminist movement wasn't an advancement in our culture then. I agree. It's caused more harm than good because black men and black women were unified together as a whole. White women had issues with white men. They had no issues with us because black men and black women were mules. Now watch this. Does it mean that black men and black women didn't have domestic issues? Domestic issue is not just endemic to the black family or the black community, but domestic issues was endemic to all ethnic groups. White men at the time were sometimes abusive due to whatever issues they were going through. Asian men, Indian men, or whatever. But many times we tend to encapsulate the issues of domestic uncivility many times to black men alone. And we tend to cast type black men in these negative images that's more or less cause a derailment in the agreements between our men and our women. But things must get better if we're going to have a revolution of black love. Many men feel like it's not worth it. Many men have checked out. Many men have taken the black pill. And many men are beginning to travel abroad to explore their options because they feel that modern relationships are not worth it. Love Anita too said they were not told that there was the 11th commandment, never apologize. I think when a lot of our elders entered corporate boardrooms, they adopted too many male virtues and twisted it. I wonder what you mean by that, Love Anita. Never apologize. That's a good point. Excellent point. Shout out to my man Links. He said, KC, you're bringing that heat, truth, and love are inextricably connected. No doubt, brother. And thank you, Gail. Thank you for popping in, dear. Much love and blessings. But I'm going to play this clip, and then we're going to bring the men up. And to the women that are watching, I want the ladies to come up too, and let's have a conversation. Because many men, guys, have a schema affliction due to not getting the love, honor, and respect that they feel like they deserve as men. Many men have a schema affliction. That fixated schema is similar to what you heard the brother said. Modern women are not worth more or less being in relationships. And that affliction is due to pain or fear of the inevitable that woman is going to turn on them and not honor them through loyalty. And we have these conversations, guys, because if you want a revolution in black love, you got to hear what the men are saying. To the 62 that are watching, share the content. Get all likes up. Help this channel get to 3,000. Help it get to 10,000. Help it get to 20. Because I got some powerful stuff for you guys on this year. I'm taking the time out today, as I got to see clients later, to give you vital information that's going to be sustainable in relationships. Because until you understand how the masculine ego works as it relates to relationships, you're going to continue to more or less commit the same errors that you committed in the past. Teddy Pendergrass said it better than me. He said, it's so good to love somebody and somebody to love you back. The love virtue of a man, or the love currency, is honor and respect. And the first step to that is learning how to apologize and to be genuine like Anita Baker was. She said, I know I was wrong. And she said, I'm trying to make it up to you. But how many men in modern times can say that they've experienced that? Anita Baker was a crooner. If you never listened to Anita Baker, one of the greatest singers of the world. Michigan, Detroit has produced some of the greatest soul and blues singers of the time. David Ruffin, his roots, they used to sing with the Temptation. His roots actually started in northeastern North Carolina, where I'm from. But we're going to have these conversations, guys, and we're going to get the outcomes for better communities. But many men feel like it'll take generations to get back to what our ancestors had of the past, because too many of our women have been compromised. So I'm going to play the clip. Let's have a conversation. We're going to look at this clip by Kevin Samuels. And, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. Because Anita Baker, no doubt, feel that IT Jedi is a GOAT. Her songs never get old. No doubt, I love Anita Baker. To the point that some of her music can make you shed a tear. Very powerful music. All right, hold tight. Let me see. Where's this clip at? Let me find it. All right. All right, so let's look at this clip by K. Samuels. And shout out to my man for giving me this. My man, Cool Gent. Not Cool Gent, but Top Gun.
What happens when a woman does something wrong? When a woman goes to buy men flowers, oh, okay, women don't do that. What happens when a woman does something wrong? Oh, women don't do that. The one thing that women can do to fix relationships is remove the N in sign language. The need to be right is keeping you ladies single. Why is that important? Because modern women do not know how to frickin' apologize. Back me up on this, gentlemen. How many men in the chat room have been in a relationship with a woman who knows how to apologize to match what she's done? If you're a man and a woman and you've been in a relationship with a woman and she has apologized to the level of the infraction, put 32 in the chat room. If she's apologized to the level of infraction, 32. See, if a man messes up,
and guys, that goes back to what I talked about in the past. Kevin talked about the sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. That's due to pride and hubris. But watch this. But it's also tied to a thinking disorder called cognitive dissonance. I talked about it on Guapo's show Saturday, but also I've talked about it in the past. They deny the evidence that they offended you. They become enraged when you tell them that they were offended. They argue through ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the messenger instead of attacking the message. And then they fight you or they flee because they cannot deal with the outcomes because of something called the Medusa complex. And the Medusa complex is tied to a woman not being able to look at herself and take ownership for what she's done and say, you know what, baby, I'm wrong. The lyrics of Anita Baker is powerful. It's powerful because Anita Baker was a very mature woman. Anita Baker honored and more or less realized that she got in her feelings and her emotions. But because she honored and respected that man more than her emotions, she humbled herself and said, baby, I apologize, because that man to her was her angel.
You can't just say, I'm sorry. Why? You got to know what you're saying sorry for. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for that. But I need you to ask yourself a question. How many times in your life, gentlemen, have you witnessed a woman apologizing to the level of the infraction? Shout out to Alpha Male Strategies. Ladies, learn something. When you make a mistake, you gotta make it up. What you gonna do? Gentlemen, start telling your women this. What you gonna do to make this up to me? When she comes around, when they come around to do this, hey big head, hey big head, hey, how you doing? You know, women mess up and then they avoid conflict for the longest. Then they come sniffing around you. Hey, how you doing? Hey, big head, whatever. And we just cool, laying back in the cut. And then when they get to chit-chatting and talking, they be like, hey, how you doing? How's your mama? How's this, such and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Like ain't nothing happened. Like they didn't mess up. They did something. And then after about like the fifth or sixth message back and forth, this is what they do. Well, I need to go ahead and apologize for doing what I did. I didn't mean to do what I did. And then what comes next? What is the next word after this? Gentlemen only. I need to go apologize for doing what I did. I didn't mean to do what I did. What is the next word? Type the next word that fits right here. Gentlemen only. What is the next word? What is the next word that fits there? But. Shout out to Big Dog Damon. But. That is the very next word. B-U-T. But. Hey, you. I made a mistake. I messed up. I didn't mean to mess up, but, and we know that anything said before but is bullshit. But is said to basically completely, but what happened? But the price of tea in China, but this happened. There's an airplane crash. There was this, there was that. And the but, and what do we as men know? That but is meant to shut you up. Because after all, they did apologize, right? How many times have men had to apologize to a woman for doing something wrong and then had to be in the doghouse? Go sleep on the couch. You can't get no loving. So ladies, let me ask you, what is the equivalent of a doghouse for the woman? Because an intellectually honest person must understand that in a relationship, women are just as fallible as men. And when a woman does something wrong or in error, if there is a doghouse for men, what is it for women? What's the doghouse for women called? It's called nothing, because you don't think you should apologize. It is hell to get a woman to effing apologize.
And guys, I'm trying to tell you that, and to the ladies that are watching, when I travel abroad, I've been to Brazil twice, planning to go to South Africa at some point. You ladies don't know how well you have it in America. The things that American black men tolerate, they don't tolerate it in other cultures. If you travel abroad and begin to see how men abroad actually deal with women, you'll be like, wow, I'll start treating my men here in America a lot better. Black men are very loyal to their women, but many men feel like they don't get it back in return. And as a licensed therapist, you got to stop that thinking error called overgeneralization and also the magnification of your worth at the behest of his. And men, you got to start demanding better from many women in relationships, because I don't blame the women 100%. Gentlemen, I blame you. And some of it is negative socialization. That's why you need to come and see me and get a non-diagnostic consultation to help you modify those thinking errors that you have due to negative socialization and due to not having a strong masculine man. Keep listening.
Apologize today across the board because the need to be right. Let's be honest. Most women don't think they should be apologizing for anything. This is how the typical modern female apology happens. They do something wrong, act like it never happened, see if the coast is clear, make meaningless small talk, apologize, and then say, but, and you're supposed to accept it. Gentlemen, this is where we fuck up. Don't accept these apologies. Don't accept the but. See, modern women have not learned how to conflict with men they care about. Women will more readily apologize to their girlfriends, to their sisters, than they will to the man they're having sex with. Gentlemen, if you believe that women are more willing to apologize to another woman than the man they're supposed to care about, love, right, put 57 in the chat room.
Guys, you can do it too.
The one thing that modern women can do to fix relationships. Get my likes up, damn it. No, the men have seen you since we were little, and we have seen a woman, oh, I said something to hurt my friend's feelings. I need to buy her a cookie, a cake. Oh my God, they will write long. Women, I had this conversation earlier today when I was getting my hair cut. Talk about the manipulative nature of modern women. Modern women believe they are so infallible today when it comes to relationship. They are hard pressed to even admit they're wrong. That's why the need to be right is damn near pathological. So for a woman who thinks that she's really never wrong because she's feminine, because she's female and you're male, because we're stupid and they're smart, they're emotionally evolved, and because they don't know how their actions impact you. Because bottom line, ladies, men's feelings today are invalid. You ladies are always talking about you want men who are emotionally available, in touch with their feelings, such and so forth. And these are the very men you treat like shit. The very men you back your truck over. A man shows a woman emotion, all he does is dries up her vagina and opens the door for her to run the French toast out of it. This is why men have learned that they can't be honest with women. Show emotion to a woman, cry in front of a woman. The only way you can cry for your mama, your kid, a close relative, or extreme possible pain. Women don't want to hear that shit from us because guess what? You ain't supposed to complain about it anyway. I mean, she's in your life. She's giving you a little bit of used vagina. I mean, you should be okay. What? Apologize to you? How often do you hear this, gentlemen? Well, I'm the woman.
And see, guys, it's not funny, but what he's saying, you know, I keep telling you guys you have more power than you realize. You are the prize catcher. Men, you are the prize catcher. I want you to let that resonate in your head this year, that you are the prize catcher. You determine if a woman comes into your life, and you determine if she's prize worthy. There are some good women that are prize worthy. There are some good women that are uncovered gems. But sadly, these uncovered gems are hard to find in modern times. You heard what Kevin said. You got women of the past that gave men higher things in return to what men are getting today. Women of the past gave men more, and men were overall more happier. But Do we really care about what men want, what men need, and what men think? And you are seeing it in the comments, ladies, the things that men are actually saying. Men are tired of the shaming language. They're tired of the cognitive dissonance. And they're tired of being treated as less than. Ask your grandmothers what a man got 40, 50, 60, 100 years ago. They got women that were wife ready, and they got women that were virgins, and many got women that didn't have kids. And those women loved and lived to serve their men. And as that woman served her man, guess what? That man turned around and gave that woman the best that she could ever get. But that man also gave that woman his life. Men are hardwired to go hard for the women that they love. Watch this. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. When a man is in love with a woman, he's very territorial. Men by nature are very territorial over their women. That's why they struggle with things from the past, because they're very territorial. Masculine men are very territorial. And you're not going to change a masculine man by trying to shame him. He's going to do one or two things. He's going to tolerate you until he can get rid of you, or he's going to use you only for sex. Keep listening.
I'm feminine. I'm emotional. You're supposed to manage my emotions. You're masculine, But how many women today are even acting like women? Sorry, ladies. If you're not a feminine girly girl, you can't pull that freaking card. How many women are walking around like feminine women, feminine girly girls? You talk to these same boss chicks, bad bitches, divas, and all this other kind of stuff who are quick to roll their neck and talk shit. They ain't, no. Why is this so important? Every man in the chat room are co-signing left and right saying that when have they ever seen a woman apologize? And when I say apologize, I mean the apology needs to fit. The way women apologize today is, oh, I'm sorry. I did that. I didn't mean to do that, but I got a lot on my mind. I'm stressed at work. I had a bad day. My tire blew out. My gerbil just died. So I'm sorry. When's the last time you ladies even asked, I'm sorry, and said, forgive me? No, it's how many times do you even hear a woman say, I'm sorry? How do women apologize today? They say, my apologies.
Let me shout out to the super chat. Shout out to my man, to the brothers that gave the $10 super sticker. Shout out to Amari Speeds, the Beast. He said, now that we're having these conversations, many are women in big trouble. The men will continue to improve and they will merit out. Good men will no longer being accepted, being crapped on. You're right, brother. And then shout out to Phil, the IT Jedi. He said, hit that like button, folks. Even the folks coming in and out of the stream, let's support the coach clinician. He's dropping these gems. No doubt. I do the best that I can, man. I try to give you guys the best. I'm trying to grow this brand. So once again, guys, I really appreciate what you guys are doing as we try to grow this platform. Thank you.
I apologize, something like this. They don't even say, I'm sorry, because that's too much like humbling yourself.
Right. That's what I talked about earlier.
I said, I apologize. Ain't that enough? No, biznatch, it ain't enough. It ain't enough. Just like a man, if he messes up, he has to go buy flowers, candy, and work his way out the doghouse. You women are going to have to learn how to apologize to your men in conflict. You don't know. Women of old knew how to do this.
Right.
Women of old would apologize when they did something. They would say, I'm sorry. Stop saying you apologize. You fucking apologize to a coworker. You apologize to somebody, a stranger. You say I'm sorry to somebody you're supposed to care about. I'm sorry. Repeat after me, ladies. Repeat after me, ladies. Repeat after me. I'm sorry. And if you can't say I'm sorry, bye, dog. Die alone. Men today are having to ask for basic human treatment. Far too many women today don't want to smile for a man, don't want to make a plate. But we're talking about when you do something wrong, you can't even be bothered to apologize to your so-called man better than you did to Shirley.
I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits, you name it!
Like I say, single women keep women single. Why is this? Because they care more about their female friends' feelings than they care about their men. And gentlemen, this is when you need to start drawing the line. If a woman can't apologize, leave her.
I agree.
Give her the benefit of the doubt. Tell her the first time, but tell her, look, when you mess up, and you will, I need an apology. And the apology needs to fit the offense, because soon as you mess up, soon as you do something, you start swinging into doing it more, because that's the way we've been cultured. The men got to fix women, but women ain't got to do shit except beat.
Shout out to my man James Turner for that $20 super chat. He said just showing some love as usual. And guys, that goes back to what I was talking about, something called negative socialization, where men have been conditioned to defer power instead of demanding power. Men, you are the arbiters of relationships. You are the prize catchers. And I do these shows to empower the brotherhood. I want you to remodify that negative schema that you have as it relates to women. Because watch this, you are valued in many other places. There are some good women that need you here in America. If you can find them, put a ring on her finger if she's a worthy woman. But until then, continue to work on yourself, continue to set the bar high, and continue to demand what you want in a relationship. Because it's not too many people that's talking about male empowerment as it relates to mental wellness. Many men suffer and die before their times because they're not getting the nurturing from the woman that said that she loves and will honor him and obey him and respect him as a man. Keep listening.
Leader for men. Insufficient. Insufficient, ladies. You must do something as well. If not, then why don't we just go ahead and get a prostitute? If all you're there for is sex and to look cute, I can get that from a prostitute. You're supposed to be there for management of emotion, stroking of ego.
Right.
And when you think about, they don't even understand the impact, guys. Women don't even understand the impact of when they do something wrong and they act like they didn't do it. And then when they finally get around to apologizing, they are indirect about it and then say, I apologize. And you're left like, that's empty. And then if you say, well, you apologize for what? For hurting your feelings. Okay, but why are my feelings hurt? After you ask her 2 or 3 questions, what is the next statement she tends to make? And she says it with an attitude. After you ask her 2 or 3 questions, and then she starts to get an attitude, what is the next statement she makes? Get over it. But I feel, and the reason why, but you, all of these things are, I said I was sorry. Ding.
And guys, that goes back to the thinking error that I talked about earlier. It's the minimization of the feelings of a man, the magnification of our own self-worth, and the overgeneralization due to negative socialization that men are not worthy to be honored and respected. That's a sign and a form of mental pathologies that more or less permeate in our culture. And I'm able to see this because it happens so much. Many men are beginning to suffer in silence, but there's also a masculine revolution. Alan Roger Curry wrote a book called The Beta Male Revolution, but there's also a book called No More Mr. Nice Guy. Many men are beginning to do the internal work and beginning to see themselves as worthy of honorable women, because your time on this planet It's very short.
Ding, 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 ding. I said I was sorry is what is the next statement she sends to make. I said I was sorry. And it's funny to me when I talk to women, they act like that when men say this shit, we're making up. Look at how everybody's just filling in the words. I apologize for XYZ. I didn't mean to XYZ. Everybody filled in the word, the next word that came. People all just rushed to say but. I didn't have to prompt the chat room. All the women, but, which just meant nothing. And then after you say, I apologize, okay, what are you apologizing for? Did I hurt your feelings or whatever? Okay, but why, what do you mean? Well, why does that matter? Why did you hurt my feelings? Why did it hurt me? I said I was sorry, meaning, what else do you want from me? I've already went through the very little bit of effort to say I apologize, and they don't even say I said I was sorry. What they do is they said I already said I apologize. We got to remember they don't start off saying I'm sorry. Saying I'm sorry actually implies sorrow, an actual fucking feeling. What you're getting today from many modern women is an apology, which is feelingless, a letter of apology. Sorry means too much like a real emotion. So it's already said, I apologize. If you actually get a I'm sorry out of a woman, you might as well go play the lotto. That's like, dude, and I'm sorry today. And think about what I'm saying. There is no female doghouse equivalent because modern women feel like they're infallible when it comes to relationships. I apologize. I already said I apologize. They'll say I'm sorry for something like, what is something a woman they say I'm sorry for? Talking to another man, liking another, it's something that's just egregious. I want to, and for every woman who thinks I'm full of shit, I want you to go back to remember that woman I had on my show who was married and said she was divorced her husband. Why she divorced her husband? Because he cheated. And I started talking to her, and it turns out that she had been a serial cheater. She had cheated on her husband over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And he took her back, but then he cheated on her one time and she divorced him. Yeah. And then to make matters worse, she divorced him because he cheated on her. And after he took her back all them times, and then she turned around and got pregnant by his cousin. That woman talked like men are nothing because men's feelings are invalid. Gentlemen, how many men feel like your feelings matter? How many of you have had an apology from the women in your life, your romantic women or your family or your familial women? Especially the Black community, Black women don't apologize. They just move on like nothing happened. Ladies, sex is not an apology. You need to say it. Open your mouth, humble yourself, submit, and apologize. And if you did something and it needs to fit, you can't just say, I apologize. Just like y'all sit around and make it up to your girlfriends, you need to fucking write a Beyonce love letter and say, I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for that. I did this. No, don't say the words. Yes, you need to, just like you want to hear from a man, you need to confess. You ladies need to confess.
I rebuke.
Confess, but here, watch, look at him.
It burns.
Look at the feminist demon in him. Look at the masculine demon in him. Oh, confess. Oh, I'm not gonna confess. I'm not gonna make myself weak and meek in front of you. What do you want to do? You want me to humble myself? You want me to grovel? Yes.
And the irony is that Kevin and I have had similar talking points. This is my first time viewing this video. Shout out to my brother that sent it to me. But his sentiments are similar to what I've said. Sex alone is not enough for men because it's not genuine. Sex is something that's mutual that men and women both get. And so when our women learn to be honest and contrite in their love for a man, then that man is willing to give her the best, as I said earlier. But it's sad because many men are expecting traditional outcomes in modern times. And as I said in the past, when you listen to Anita Baker, you listen to some of the sisters from the 70s that made love songs, those women show a high level of contrition for their men. And that's what men are looking for. They're looking for women that can show a level of contrition and be genuine in their response instead of saying but or giving a man sex or cooking him a meal instead of humbling herself and say that I was sorry.
Because that's just the start. Shout out to Alpha Male Strategies. He used to say, how you gonna make this up to me? And he used to say, I will give it a sweet taste of arse. He said, I used to make a woman lick my butt. But now he said, I'm going to move on. She going to suck a whole lot of Johnson. Yeah, ladies, that's your doghouse. When you mess up, prepare to suck a whole lot of friend. Humble, grovel. Yes, get your ass on your knees and crawl. Because men have been told to do that. And see, understand something, guys. They want us to do that. When we mess up, we're supposed to humble ourselves and grovel and beg for forgiveness and all this other kind of stuff. Oh, here we go. Here's another one of these bullshit ass feminine apologies. I'm sorry you feel that way. Women can't apologize today, man. It's like, well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but that was not my intent. Gentlemen, how many of you guys are sick and tired of modern women's inability to apologize, admit faults, admit wrongdoing, and then make it up? Admit fault, admit wrongdoing, apologize. So imagine you heard I've been here before. You say I'm sorry. You say I apologize. You got all the words. And she says she forget. Then she's mad later. You're supposed to apologize all over again. You're supposed to keep apologizing until she's finished, because women have been told that they can punish us when we're in the doghouse. Well, ladies, welcome to the fucking doghouse. You deserve to be punished the same. Gentlemen, stop letting women off easy. When they do something wrong, punish them, just like they feel like they should punish men. This is part of the reason modern women feel so entitled, because they don't have any consequences. So what? She had some sex with you and then you was a sloppy topic. She was still wrong. She needs to understand how wrong she was, apologize, and make it up. So she will do what? Think twice about ever doing something like that again. That's right. Sex is a value exchange. No. She needs to apologize, make amends, and so she will think twice, 3, 4 times about ever doing that again. The same thing men have to do. And if this is too much for you, ladies, you know what you can do. I mean, if it's too much for you, I get it. I mean, if it's too much for you, I understand. You don't want to do it. It's too much for you. I shouldn't have to do this. What am I, your slave? What, I should have to humiliate myself? Ladies, I get it. Think about it, guys. Think about it. They're like, what do you want me to do? Don't worry about it. If this is rubbing you the wrong way.
And many times, guys, in therapeutic circles, they always are more or less assume that the man did something wrong. The man is always the target of aggression. That's why a lot of times men don't go to therapy, because they feel like many times there's sometimes the therapist, because the therapist professional is mostly white women, then it's black women, white men, and there's a very small percentage that are black men, but even smaller percentage that are black masculine men. And that's why so many guys repel and hate therapy. That's what I feel like what I'm doing is so essential to helping men heal, because it's extremely rare. And I am an advocate for men and male empowerment, because I feel like when our men are empowered, we can empower our women. When men are happy, then the women are going to be happy. If the man is happy, ladies, then you're going to be happy, because he's going to give you the best. So the happiness is going to always start with him, because he's the prize catcher. The ladies that say they believe in Christ and God, the Bible said that the woman was made for the man. The Bible also said the woman is the glory of man and man is the glory of God. So how can man be exonerated when his woman is not willing to more or less say that she's sorry and do it with a spirit of being genuine and willing to humble herself and more or less continue to work on improving herself through a process called self-awareness? Keep listening.
Understand something. You are more than free to go ahead and get you a girlfriend. You bring your dog, she brings her cats, and y'all moving together and y'all talk about how crazy it is. Because men are no longer taking your poor treatment. And to think that you modern women don't make mistakes and don't make errors. You make errors, you make mistakes, and here's the problem. Men have been raised to stuff our feelings down and not acknowledge when you bother us.
Right.
To keep the peace. Stop keeping the peace, gentlemen. They don't.
Right.
Keep her on her damn toes.
And guys, so many people want what's called kumbaya therapy. I told people talk about so-called gender war. I don't know if it's a gender war or not, but I will say this: before there can be peace, there must be war. I used to tell my dad all the time, because my dad used to try to keep the peace when him and my mom would have conflicts. I said, Dad, what you're doing, you're contributing to the issues. In order for there to be peace, men, there must sometimes be war. And that war means you stand firm in your masculine principles. You stand firm on what you believe in as a man. And one of two things is going to happen. Either she's going to respect you and honor you, or the war will continue until you move on. Because you cannot feed bad behavior, and you become a fool when you continue to argue with people doing foolish things. Your time on this earth, gents, is limited. So is mine. The closer you get to my age, the closer you're getting to the grave. Do you want to live the remainder of your years in peace and tranquility with a good woman? Or do you want to live the rest of your years arguing and fighting? Many men didn't have this information that I'm giving you guys on today. Many have gone to the grave with dreams deferred, pain broken, and tears unkept, because they didn't have a process or a way to tell their feelings. They suffered in silence because no one was helping them deal with their mental health pathologies. So I count it an honor to the men that are listening to serve you. I count it an honor to the good sisters that are listening to serve you as well. Because we cannot get these issues taken care of until we deal with the inner healing of the mind first. Keep listening.
I've done this before. I have done this conflict avoidance in relationships, and it is horrible, because the only person that gets hurt is you end up getting the short end of the stick, gentlemen, avoiding conflict. It's how you have conflict that matters. Okay. Guys, don't be putting all the emojis in there, okay? Yeah, y'all kind of keep the more provocative stuff out of there. But here's the thing. Hold on, who typed that in the chat room? Sorry is a powerful, underrated word. I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something. How many times has a woman ever said, I'm sorry? The first thing a woman typically says when she admits fault is, I apologize. I apologize. Every FBI woman, You need to take I apologize out of your vocabulary when you're dealing with a man you're interested in. The words are I'm sorry. And they need to be said. Don't fucking text them. You need to say them. I'm sorry. Because we want to hear that you know you messed up. We want emotional content. Because then men know it's real. Because it's too easy for women today to just say, I apologize. What do you keep going on? What are we talking about this for? I already apologized. I already said I'm sorry. What more do you want from me? Bish, what? You know how many men have sat around and argued this? I've already said I'm sorry. What more do you want from me? What do you say to that, gentlemen? Gentlemen, when a woman says, I've already apologized, what more do you want from me? How about this? When a woman says, I've already apologized, what more do you want from me? How do you feel? This is the time I'm going to ask a man, how do you feel? Gentlemen, how do you feel when the woman you're dealing with says, I've already apologized? What more do you want from me? This is a time for you to actually type how you feel when she says that. I've already apologized. What more do you want from me? How do you feel? Leave her. I want you guys to understand that a lot of these ladies are like, what? What is this he talking about? This is foreign to me. What? I have to actually do something. I actually have to do something. I have to actually, what is it? Disrespected, dismissed, pissed, frustrated, dismissed and disrespected. Ladies, understand, if you ever utter the words, I already apologize, what more do you want from me? Understand, the men you supposedly care about feel dismissed and disrespected. And in men, love equals respect.
Right.
I want you ladies to listen and listen good. If you say, I've already apologized, what more do you want from me? A man feels disrespected and dismissed. And in men, love equals respect. So when you say, when you make a man feel disrespected, you're making him feel
And not only does love equal respect, but also honor. When a woman can consistently, as I said earlier, corral her feelings around honoring and respecting that man, then that man will feel secure. When that man feels secure in the relationship, ladies, he's going to give you his best. Because a woman's first mode of defense is her emotions. A man's first mode of defense is how well he's respected and honored as a man. And guys, what you're seeing, you're beginning to see men rebel because men are beginning to realize that they deserve better. And they feel that if they don't get better, they're going to either become silent or they're going to more or less explore their options elsewhere. And so the question remains, are you willing, ladies, to be kept? Are you willing to be the prize of the prize catcher? Are you willing to compete for a good man that's going to give you a good life? Or do you feel like just because you're going to give him anything? Keep listening.
loved. When you say, what more do you want from me? You are telling your man he is unloved. When you say, what more do you want from me? You are dismissing your man. You're telling him he is unwanted. So let me be the man whisperer for you. What more do you want from me? What more do you want from me? You're unwanted and unloved. I've already said I'm sorry. Oh, Ho! Ho! I'm hitting them where it hurts. Yeah, ladies. So you expect the man to just move on like that, didn't it? All right, what more do you want from me? So he walks away feeling unwanted and unloved. And then y'all want to act like you're gonna go on back and watch the movies, go on, do whatever. And men have been told to just say nothing to keep the peace. Well, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, ladies. You got a man that's feeling unwanted, unloved, and minimized. And he's been erased in the world to tell him his feelings are invalid and this shit doesn't matter. You know what's going to happen? More likely than not, he's just going to say nothing because you've already told him his feelings don't matter. Your responses and your reactions have already said, no matter what you say, it's going to be your fault. So he's going to shut down. He's going to shut down just to keep the peace. And he is going to become a resentful man. He is going to resent the hell out of you. And then what are a lot of guys doing? A lot of guys start going passive aggressive and indirect to punish you for hurting them. So listen to your Godfather. Listen to your Godfather on this one. You better learn how to apologize by saying, I'm sorry. And you better learn how to fix it right then and stop dismissing and disrespecting the men you say you care about, showing them that they're unwanted and unloved, because it's going to come back to you some kind of way. Cassandra said, oh, that's not good. We got to talk about it. But here's the problem, Cassandra. Modern women feelings are constipated. They can't talk about it. The reason they walk around and talk about I apologize is because they haven't learned how to talk to a man. They've learned how to fuck a man. That's what most modern women have learned how to do, to have sex with a man, how to have fun with a man. But you haven't learned how to conflict with a man. So listen fucking well. You can't conflict with a man. You can't build with a man. You've learned how to have fun. You've learned how to do the cool stuff, the visible stuff. But if you've ever done work sites, building, things like that are stressful projects. Nerves get frayed. You're tired. You're this, you're that. That's where the work is. There's going to be conflict. Building requires conflict because you're opposing the environment. You're opposing the system. And if you cannot conflict with your man, you can't build with the man. So don't think about this apologizing stuff as minimizing it. It's a test to see what kind of woman you are. If you're a woman, you can't apologize, you can't build. That's why you see so many women doing this right there. Running out the door, going to file child support, taking their kids and being home wreckers. Why is this important? This is the root of irreconcilable differences.
Right.
And hold on. And then they surprised when he cheats. Then y'all surprised when he cheats on a woman. The woman he cheats with is the woman who can manage his emotions, manage his feelings, makes him feel manly and respected. She doesn't dismiss him or disrespect him. She doesn't make him feel unwanted or unloved. Oh, I'm talking about taboo shit tonight, but y'all gonna grow up.
And that's what I said earlier, guys. A woman is a feminine oscillator, just like a fan. I said it earlier to the people that's in now and the 76 that are watching. A woman is a feminine oscillator, like a perfume, an aphrodisiac. When that fan oscillates, it spins around and it cools off a man. A woman's femininity can cool a heated man. That's why beauty was able to calm the savage and raging beast. But most women appear to don't have the soft skills to more or less acquiesce or more or less restructure the mental distress of a man. When a woman is able to oscillate in her femininity, guys, she'll help you calm down and she'll help you become the best version of yourself. But many men feel that most modern women are not oscillators of femininity, but they are oscillators of masculinity, which in essence causes men to become enraged. Because men tend to calm down when they're around feminine women. But a woman can be a vice or a virtue if she's masculine and she's not more or less exuding soft skills that are vital to helping that man calm down or more or less manage his emotions. The woman can be a grounder for a man just like a man can be a grounder for a woman because men and women were optimized to be synchronized. Keep listening.
So when I say 2022 is about self-awareness. Self-awareness is sexy. A man who is a high-value man is an aware man. And he knows his strengths and he knows his limitations. And he knows that conflict is going to arise, especially when you start talking about someone close to you. If the only way you can handle relationships or when they're happy-go-lucky, something and so forth, that you don't want a real relationship. You don't want something serious. You don't want something long-term. You want something temporary and temporal. Oh, shit. Temporary and temporal. Oh, I just want to be around for the pictures and the flights and the shopping and you want to be around for the good shit. What about the crust of the mother sucker? See, this is real stuff. And see, we haven't been taught how to do real relationships. So that's why we do surface stuff so well. And it's supposed to be the women of the group that are good at this. You're supposed to be the ones that are good at the emotion stuff. You're the ones that are supposed to be the nurturers, the ones that make everybody feel loved. And you're supposed to do that, but you can do that with your girlfriends though, guys. Remember they can do it with their girlfriends. Why can women apologize and fix things with their girlfriends, but they can't do it with the men they why y'all think that is? Ladies, why can you apologize to your girlfriends? But you can't apologize to your men. We're gonna open the call lines up because the ladies got questions for you. Why can you apologize to your girlfriends?
All right, guys. We're going to open the stream up to the brothers and the ladies. And we're going to have a conversation because some of the things that Kevin talked about reverberated the same sentiment that we're having today. So I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to be running this operation by myself. I'm going to get some new moderators, guys, at some point because I know Gail is busy. Thank you, Gail, for everything that you've done. Normally Tim is here, but Gail popped in and helped out. But I'm going to get some new moderators at some point because I can't run this show by myself. It's too much to manage and also to read all the comments. But you guys are beginning to see what men are beginning to say. And as I said before, I do these shows because I want to empower the brotherhood. But before I talk further, I want to give a special thanks to my man, Maurice Speaks, the Beast. He said that men become the best versions of yourself. If your woman is toxic, have a conversation with her. If she rebels, cut her off. Time to win men, no doubt, man. And that's why I do what I do, because I want to see men happy. You know, guys, I want to share something with you. Father's Day came, and I never forget the conversation that I had with my dad over Christmas, but also the conversation I had with my father during Father's Day. My dad had conditioned himself to think that he didn't deserve anything. So when Christmas time would come, because my dad was the sole breadwinner, my dad never got anything. And I would ask my dad, did you want something? He said, no, I'm fine, but he was lying. He had conditioned himself to be a mule. So when Father's Day came, I gave my dad $100, and he was happy. He was so happy that I took the time to not only see him, because my dad's almost 80, but I gave my dad $100. And that's why I keep trying to tell guys, you got to start loving yourself, but you've been conditioned to be a mule. Harriet Tubman said, I could free a lot more if they didn't already know that they were still slaves. Some of you men are unconsciously slaves. And that's why I have these shows, because you need to have your schema and your awareness recalibrated. I'm going to drop the link because we got to have this conversation. I want the men to pop in, but also I want some of the sisters to come on as well. Because there are some good sisters that are willing and trying to learn. They're trying to learn, and they want to be best versions of themselves. So I want the sisters to come call in, but also some of the brothers as we're having this conversation. Because this is a dialogue, not a monologue. And our women can't be the best versions of themselves until they understand succinctly what men are saying as it relates to relationships. Men have needs too. Men are human beings. Men want a woman that can be a feminine oscillator. My man at Guapo called it a feminine amplifier. So we're going to have these conversations, guys, because it's very important. Shout out to the young crab, my man Chris Strongheart. How you doing, young buck?
What's good, brother?
And you know, Chris, this young man has traveled with me abroad to Brazil. Chris was married, and so Chris understands some of the ravages of modern women and relationships. And Chris Strongheart is going to be in the movie with me, Frustrated 3, that's been parented by my man Al Grease. Shout out to Al Grease if you're listening.
Al Grease.
But Al Grease, Chris, created Frustrated 1, Frustrated 2, and also Frustrated 3. And the Frustrated series, guys, is tied to what many male feel it's a lack of apologies and a lack of contrition, and also the lack of being feminine. Chris, what are you getting out of this show? And what's your take on modern women showing a level of contrition as it relates to being sorry, but also apologizing for some of their behavior?
I'm getting a lot out of the show, man. You're definitely dead on, you know what I mean, with your analysis of what's going on right now. I mean, it's very true, you know what I mean? Like the things that we're dealing with right now, I mean, modern women generally are not going to be ones to apologize because they feel like they don't have to. I mean, they feel like their level of entitlement to where they feel like it's almost like they own the world, you know what I'm saying? They're owed the world, you know what I mean? It makes it very difficult, you know, for relationships in this dating market, you know, in here in the States, you know what I mean? It's sad that this is where it's gotten to, but it's just not looking good right now because it's not looking good. It's really not looking good.
Let me ask you a question, man. You're a young man. You are a millennial. You're about 33, 34.
Yep.
And you were married at one point. Would you feel, is it safe to say, Chris Strongheart, that the disillusionment of your relationship came about because your ex-wife lacked the contrition and the wherewithal to say, baby, I'm sorry? Or did she always more or less emote sign language due to being deaf? What's your take on that?
Very much sign language, you know what I mean, in my relationship. It was definitely a lot of that. I don't know, like even you played the clip about Kevin Samuels saying how, you know, they don't necessarily apologize. It's more like, you know, it's almost like you're supposed to subliminally pick up the fact that she's sorry, but it's never usually like a straightforward, like, you know, baby, I'm sorry type situation. It's rare, you know what I mean? And even like how Kev was saying, it does start to be the breakdown of relationships. And he even said that a man will like subconsciously look for that feminine energy because you can't even tell him you're sorry. So what he'll do is he'll slowly start to pull away from you, and then he'll start to go into like this needing for something else. Like you'll start to just feel like naturally something's not right in your relationship, something's missing, and then therefore you'll be looking for, you know, that emotional balance that you'll want to have. And honestly, a lot of brothers I've talked to have had that same problem. You know, my girl don't understand me. She talks to me like a dude with all this, like she'll say stuff like "What's up, bruh?" and stuff like that. Like, you know, ladies don't even try to be feminine. They'll talk like men, how they address you in the streets if they see you, if they talk. You know what I mean? They it's like it's crazy now how it is. It's just like, because even Kev said how you can't even expect her to be docile or weak, because nowadays modern women feel like, you know, showing that side of yourself is some type of weakness or feminine. He's gonna run me over and stuff like this, and you know, I can't cry in front of him. And like, women have been taught to be so hardened nowadays. it's really ridiculous, right now in the dating market in these streets, man. It's tough, what I mean, for brothers who are really trying to find something right now out in this current dating landscape is tough, man.
Right. Shout out to Jenny Morena, and she said that humility is the key. And Jenny appears to be an Afro-Latin woman. Now, Chris.
Is she Morena?
She said
Jenny
Morena, so she's definitely Afro-Latin.
Watch out. Watch out.
She's about to watch out.
Yeah, watch out.
Jenny Morena. No doubt she appears to be an Afro-Latin woman. But watch this, Chris. You begin to travel abroad, Chris. You're beginning to travel abroad, Chris. And you've seen the power, Chris, of a feminine oscillator. Your marriage dissolved a couple of years ago, but what's been your experiences, Chris, when you travel to countries like Brazil or dealing with Afro-Latin people or Afro-Latin women, Chris, as it relates to relationships? Do you feel like they have that natural form of feminine oscillation with the understanding, Chris, that some run game, that women universally, guys, are the same, meaning they want provision, they want protection, they want security, they want maintenance, and they want a man to love them. But here's the caveat. Women abroad have been conditioned to serve their men and to honor and respect their men, and also to be feminine because those countries are more patriarchal. You hit the sign language and more or less the shaming language all the time when many will say, well, they only want you for a green card. They're poor. They use those typical styles. And it's only a small percentage that want green cards. It's a small percentage that want you because you are poor, because they are poor. Many of the women, Chris, abroad, when you travel to Brazil, are professional women, meaning they're educated women and they love American men. And many don't want to come back to America because they feel like the culture is too caustic. But what would you like to add to the conversation, Chris, as it relates to the myth, the misnomer that women that are Afro-Latin women or Morenas only want to come to America because they are poor, because black men are gullible, because they don't have game, they're goofy, and they got low self-esteem? How would you like to add clarity to that, brother?
Well, first of all, from the top, actually, my marriage dissolved so it's like 2015. So it's been some time since, me and her separated. It's been many years. But as far as, getting back to the question at hand, I'm actually about to do a video on that. I'm about to respond to somebody who made some ridiculous statements talking about brothers who travel, and I'm gonna have to set them straight. But in regards to the topic, man, it's like the culture is very different. The culture is very different. Like we're talking about, they are very much brought up to be women who want to have families and want to take care of their men. It's not something that's forced. It's just how they are. When you go out there and you experience something different, you should want to have a culture shock. I've heard a lot of different brothers who have recently been taking shots at brothers who travel, passport brothers in general,
right.
And they keep making these statements that revolve around, oh, y'all had to travel and you had to travel and stuff like this. And for me, it's just like, do you understand that, like, traveling costs money? These are not dusty dudes who traveling. Like,
right.
We're not dusty brothers who are out here traveling who can't, deal with women in the States. We just understand our options.
Right.
And we've seen other places to go, in regards to all the troublesome things that are going on out here in the country. They want to talk about, oh, y'all just going out there to trick and stuff like this. But I mean, you got some of the biggest tricks right here in the States.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to act like brothers all had to be quarantined in this one spot we call the United States. And if some brother wants to exercise his options to go somewhere else, it's such a problem with so many of these dudes out here. And I don't understand that nonsense of why we got these, these D police out here who think it's their business to go out here and start telling grown men what they're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? For a lot of them, don't worry, I got a video coming, but it's coming.
Okay. I agree. Go ahead, Chris.
But my thing is just like I said, the culture is great. It's good to get out there, stretch your legs. I tell my bros the same thing. Get your passport. Matter of fact, get your golden ticket. You know what I mean? Get you one of these right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Get your golden ticket, man. Get your passport. You know what I'm saying? Do that, make that happen, because it's just something that, as a young man coming up, or as a man in general, you should be culturally balanced. Right? You should be culturally balanced. And it's not like you're running away or somebody is kicking you out of your neighborhood or stuff like that, but you should just have that, understanding of what it's like to be in different places. You should be able to function outside of your neighborhood, outside of your city, and be able to roll with different groups, not even just for dating, but also for network purposes and business. Like not everybody that you try to network with, if you want to try to make it in life, is not going to be somebody who's from your neighborhood and understands you exactly just because they know how you are and who you are. You expect that type of, relationships with people that don't know you, but they're from a whole different culture. So it's just like, you got to understand how to move in different circles and work with different people, because so many people get caught up in, you're just traveling for females. It's like, it's so much bigger than that.
No doubt. I agree with you 100%. And I like what Family Value said. She said, I became more valuable and worthy of my husband when I started to take accountability for mistakes and actions. He taught me how important that is for him. No doubt. I totally agree. And then also Jenny Morena, if you're listening, I've seen you in these spaces. Feel free to come up and talk about the femininity in foreign countries. Well, you appear to be Afro Morena or Afro Latin, but feel free, Jenny, to come up. I would love to hear your perspective, because this is not to more or less excoriate, but this is to inform, so that the women that want good men must learn to compete in order to get healthy relationships. Ingram, I'll see you, brother. I'm going to bring you up in a minute. And then also, Jenny, Family Value, she said that Jenny Morena, I would love to do a video with you one day. I would definitely love to do one as well. She said that family values, hi, darling, we can definitely do that. That would be awesome. Jenny, I would love for you to come up and have a conversation. And I would love to have a show with you as well. I would love to do a show with you because I've seen you and you've been very supportive because, we need to have these conversations. Ingram, hold on, brother. Hold tight. Ingram, hold tight. Mute yourself, brother. We're going to have this conversation. Let me read through some of these comments real quick. Look at the ones that have nothing negative to say. Chris Deli said that most of the anti-passport users actually do not possess or have passports since their birth. And Chris, you're right. A trip to travel abroad, especially a trip like Brazil, Chris, is about what? About $3,000 to $4,000.
Yeah, you're gonna need at least, I would say, you're gonna need at least, I'll say maybe like $1,500 if you want to go out there, and that's kind of like on the low end, because it's gonna cost you around about $1,000 for the ticket, and then if you want a decent Airbnb, you're gonna look upwards at least about $500. And I usually go for a month when I go, but so usually I'm going for like $1,500 to $1,700, and that's usually just to get down there. So, and then when you want to get out there and enjoy yourself, you want to have a little bit more, maybe another maybe 3 to 4K, you know what I'm saying? So you usually want to go down there with 4, 5 to 6K, you know what I mean? You can really go down there and enjoy yourself. So this whole notion that, you brothers is dusty and you have to go out there, I'm like, are you crazy? Like, do you want to compare bank accounts? Do you want the smoke? Like, because it's crazy to me how they have so much to say about brothers who are traveling, because the problem is in other communities, it's not an issue. The word tricking doesn't even exist in other communities. Right. You know what I mean? Right. And it's just like, we have to be quarantined to be this hive mind, this monolith of all black men need to do and think and be the same thing, where it's just like, one of the problems is, and I've heard this on different channels. Actually, I think I heard Pablo Frescobar also mention this as well. Shout out to him. Was he mentioned we don't have a class-based system in our so-called community, and that's one of the biggest issues, is that brothers need to understand we're not all on the same levels, family. Like, there are classes, in different communities, and they quickly identify who's who and who rolls in certain circles. So between us, I feel like, one of the things that's missing is we need to do a better job at identifying, like, y'all need to go over there and do your thing of, we are the type of brothers who don't travel. We are the type of the brothers who only stay in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. Where brothers who are on different levels, who have higher means, they go over there and do that. Therefore, you brothers over there shouldn't have nothing to say. because it ain't got nothing to do with you about how we move. You know what I mean? You need to keep your whole entire mouth shut and keep a lot of people's name out of your mouth when you're trying to police how they move it. Because when we're trying to go out here and make moves because we have social imbalances in our communities, you know, we get judged. But it's like if somebody from another country as an immigrant, you know, especially this person who has so much to say, who's not ADOS, especially a person like that who failed in his community or in his country, and he's going to come over here and work off the back and get, you know, off the back of us and get our dollar. But then again, you want to come over here for economic purposes, right? But we can't move for social purposes. And you have so much to say about it. And I, you know, to me, it's, you know, it's ridiculous how it's just like, bro, like, why are half y'all even talking? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, listen, we're having a revolution. That's why these conversations are so important. And Ingram Experience, how would you like to add clarity? But before you add to the conversation, I would like to thank Big Bad Bull for the $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He said salute. Thank you guys if you have donated. If you have not donated, guys, donate to Cash App, $7 Smalls. Donate to Cash App, $7 Smalls. And to all the people that don't have anything to give, I'm okay with that. Share the content. If you share the content with at least 10 to 15 people, you will help this channel grow. You can help me get the message out to continue to encourage brothers and to encourage men. The Ingram Experience. How are you doing, sir? And how would you like to add to the conversation? But also, Jenny Morena, if you're listening, I would love for you, dear, to come up and have a conversation with the people and to talk about how Afro-Latin culture is different than maybe the American culture, not to shame, but just to give a comparative contrast in Afro-Latin culture versus American culture. So how are you doing, Ingram Experience, and how would you like to add to the conversation?
Hey, salute to you, brother. Hey, salute to everybody in the chat, man. Glad to be on. Glad to, come in and share with you guys. Hope everybody had a good new year, man. I'm listening to the young brother talk, and it's very interesting. And the thing about it in life is that you have one life to live. And I think what it comes down to ultimately is that everybody in life responds to incentives, okay? And that's what life is all about. And people, like I talk a lot about my channel about men making their happiness a moral virtue, whereas your happiness is such a priority in your life that you're not even worrying about what the naysayers say, what other people say, what people who've been a part of the social programming in our community say. Because at the end of the day, you got many of these brothers, you know, they've been raised in these homes where it's just have a mom around, no father around. And even when the kosher talks about men being in a position of just being a mule. So a lot of people have not been able to understand how important it is to make your happiness a priority in your life. And they assume like it's some type of horrible, bad thing for a man, black men especially, to be happy, because we're raised to think that our purpose in life is about giving everything we have, our happiness, our life, our resources back to the community, and we don't deserve nothing.
No, I agree with you, man. And that's due to negative socialization, but also a condition called negative conditioning. And, you know, Ingram, you and I have talked about it in the past. It's also tied to the unconscious simp. The unconscious simp stands for he sacrifices, or more or less he supplements, irrational male patterns. I'm going to say it again. He supplements irrational male patterns because it's tied to what's called a narcissistic supply. There's a percentage of modern Western women, regardless of ethnic origin, they have what's called narcissistic traits. And unconscious simps, what you guys do is that you give your best to women that are not worthy of it. You feed that narcissistic supply to the point that you don't demand power, you defer power, which in essence does not make her respect you, but it actually means she have low regard for you because you don't love yourself. It all starts inward. It all starts with more or less doing shadow work to see what's caused you to be in the state that you're in. But once you learn to successfully love yourself, men, you will not continue to accept the mental abuse that you are having. Ingram Experience, B9, and Chris Strongheart, we're guys, well, especially Ingram and B9, we're from the 90s generation, and we heard the power and the tranquility of Anita Baker. What did Anita Baker do to you as it relates to her music? And does it appear, B9, the Ingram experience, that women of the past were more mature to say that I apologize? Hold tight, B9. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah. First and foremost, Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to you, brother.
I want to say that and get that out the way. But to answer your question, Kosher, yes, they definitely had more maturity back then because they understood that they had accountability back then. They understood that the influence that they had on us. That might be the last generation that really understood the power of the pinup girl in relation to what a soldier will do and how it will get him through the toughest of times. And I bring that up to say in the points that everyone has said, and especially the Ingram experience, because this is my first time being on the platform with you, sir, but I'm a big fan of your philosophy because I share the same philosophy of being solution-based instead of just always amplifying and talking about the problem in 99 different languages. So because of that, my conclusion is that the problem is in a lot of ways, and I'm not an advocate, I'm not advocating against women being in the military, but isn't it an oxymoron to say feminine soldier? So my point of that is when we started letting women in the armed forces, we gave up femininity. We as a whole American culture and society, that was one of the factors that led to what I call systematic feminism. You all, our fathers and grandfathers dealt with systemic racism. When racism wasn't as overt as it was during their generation, and it's not just on the water fountain how they feel about you, they converted over to systemic feminism. And one of the biggest tools of that was letting women into the armed forces and the child support services that has ravaged America. I call it the sisterhood, because the sisterhood is even bigger than the collection of American women. The sisterhood is the system, because we live in a capitalist society. So as long as they can find ways to make money off of us Black men and give us literally pennies on the dollar doing it, even by using the penal code system as a process, it's never going to stop. So what Ingram said is absolutely right. We have to find the incentives to take it back. And in my opinion, that's why Kevin Samuels came out with the $100,000 mark of a high value man, because it takes $70,000 just to get a woman off of welfare, Section 8, and all of those government services so that a man can actually be a valuable, incentivized option to a woman. We're not going to go backwards. Only positivity and incentivization is going to send us forward.
Right. And the solutions is one, to self-exonerate. The solution two is what Ingram said, is learning to love yourself. Whitney Houston said it better than I could say it. She said, learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Ingram experienced, Chris Strongheart, and B9. But it appears that so many men in America, regardless of ethnic hue, have learned to think that they're less than. And because of that, it's caused a low self-esteem. But Ingram experience, you and I are from the class of 90, the generation of the 90s, where Anita Baker was the most powerful singer of that time besides Sade. Her music was very powerful, very hypnotic. And you listen to the lyrics of Anita Baker, she said, I apologize. Why is it that women of that generation were more apt to apologize, in your opinion, compared to modern women now? Do they lack the maturity? Have they been more or less more liberally indoctrinated to think men are the enemy? What's your take on that, brother? Hold tight. Let me unmute you, Ingram. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
The first thing there was an accountability factor back then. We hadn't gone to the point where we just, this wave of feminism that's just overly shut down any kind of accountability for women. I mean, there's absolutely none now. There was accountability, some in the church before the prosperity gospel took over.
Right.
There was some, in the community. And we didn't have this broad usage of social media that constantly validates people superficially, not realistically. So we have a bunch of elements that kick in. But more importantly, one of the issues, because we've become, so polarized by social media and media, you got the reality TV going now, you got everything going right now. What has not been injected into it is what we need to do to build men, so men get out of this scarcity mentality. And you talked about it, and that's why I brought up the term relationship capitalism, because you can't get people to change. Like if just like, for instance, when I used to talk to the brothers on the block, right? When I used to work, they're complaining about a particular store in a community, how they're price gouging them and whatever else, and treating what people talking to them like rubbish. But then the next day I'll see them in that store buying the merchandise. And I think it's like that with our community. You have to inject new crop. You have to go somewhere else, take your money elsewhere, take your services, take your manhood elsewhere, because they're never going to change unless you introduce capitalistic principles into the Black community in terms of relationships, in terms of whatever. So it's just like a business. Why? And I hear what Kevin Samuels is saying, but women change for them to better their life. They don't change for us. And the only change that's going to happen is when there's competition from other sources.
Right.
And that's just the way life is.
Right.
Competition makes people change.
Right. Ingram, is there a relationship inflation in your opinion? Because if there's relationship capitalism, has the American man been subjugated to relationship inflation? And I want you to expound on that.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, I don't want to get too graphic, obviously it's YouTube. Many times you see some of the women, especially on the secondary dating market, we can talk about, and I'll say it. A lot of the women come on, because what happens is we have gotten so much in this romanticism and so much in this culture, as opposed to dealing with respect, which is male currency. You were talking about that earlier.
Right.
Whereas we see where we are expected as men to provide provisions, security, protection. These are traditional values that men are still supposed to provide to women, but women are not even required to, especially since the sexual liberation movement. Now everybody's out here sleeping with everybody. So the value that we expect from women, their virtues, their femininity, and all so forth, are not brought to the table, but we're still expected to be these so-called high value men and whatever else. And we all know in life that is all subjective, because what this guy that woman's extremely attracted to, all the rules go out the door.
Right. I agree.
For this guy over here, he has to bring everything to the table. So what happens, I think, is now what you're seeing coming to the market, especially in the secondary market, is women that have been out here for like 10, 15, 20 years. And you know how I feel about that. Once women have gotten this alpha imprint, and like I said, they've either been viciously or vigorously pounded out here in this sexual revolution. I mean, guys are pounding these women crazy, and they're coming to the table with 50 bodies, 100 bodies, talking about, I want a high value man. I mean, it's ridiculous out here now. There's no standards. I mean, these women have been pounded into the ground, and now you're getting some serious depreciation out here for some serious value.
Well, what Kevin Samuels talked about that in part. He said used up, sadly. And here's the caveat, Ingram. The currency that most men got, maybe say your grandmother, your great-grandmom, or even your mother, they got virtuous women that were wife-ready, and many were virgins or had low bodies. But now you got, in modern times, women that want top-tier men. They want all the intricacies of traditionalism, but they don't have a modicum of what they're asking for. And the question remains is, why is that the case? Is it because men have more or less allowed it? Is it due to entitlement? B9, you're from the generation of the 90s. You remember a time when women were more feminine. They were more like Anita Baker. They apologized. They showed their man love. Ingram talked about how the sexual liberation movement has caused many women to, give their virtue away. How would you like to add clarity to that, B9, in your opinion?
Yeah. Well, I agree with, as usual, I agree with everything Ingram said on that. But the bigger issue to me is that, and I have to be real and get out of the echo chamber on this one. It's our fault.
Right.
We have we've always known the reason that the Bible was so important.
Right.
We always knew, and even if you're not religious, it's important because of the structure that it brings. It's the greatest motivational book ever written. So whether you're religious or not, you need motivation and you need structure. And the further we get away from the structure and the handbook that tells us if you don't control the wicked tongue, all the consequences that come along with it. And the female, although she does great things for us, she has the wicked tongue. So that must be controlled. And when you've given up that type of control, that's literally letting Pandora out of the box. And you can't stuff Pandora back in that box after you let her out. So you now have to be intelligent enough and have to make sacrifices in a lot of cases to get back to ground zero. Because what's going on is that we are so educated that we're not paying attention that these girls really have had, pardon my French, dick envy. And because they have this envy, they are trying their best to be us. And even science is helping them out with that mission. So they are pushing their agendas through society, through the sisterhood, through all of this stuff that, like you said, Kosher, during our time, grandma would not have stand for homosexuality going on as rampant as it goes on now. I have no hate to anybody. Anybody can live their life the way they want to live. But the facts remain that society did not accept it back then the way it accepts it now. And society is just a synonym for what a woman will accept.
Chris Strongheart, I want to ask you the question. Thank you, B. Now, for that great expose. And also the England experience. Because there appears to be some very liberal ideologies that have more or less encapsulated our culture. I created a term, guys, called the prize catcher, meaning that men determine if a woman that he's dealing with is his prize. Your grandfather determined it. The elders of the past determined what made a woman prize-worthy. Chris Strongheart, what does it mean to you to be the prize catcher? And if more men had a mindset where they saw themselves as the prize catcher, would it put our women in a predicament where they will more or less respect men as men and say that I'm sorry? What does it mean to be a prize catcher, Chris Strongheart?
Well, first of all, I feel like being a prize catcher, you have to understand the value in yourself first. You have to understand your first self-value, self-worth. It has to start within. If you want people to start respecting you a certain way, you have to move with that type of energy. You have to understand that that is who you are, and it's not just some front or some facade. Because first and foremost, if that's how that's moving, then the thing is, when people come next to you, when they see you long enough, they're going to understand that you're not really who you say you are. So first I say that it has to come from within. And then for people who are women in this case who don't respect that, you're just gonna have to move around them. You know, I don't believe in trying to force and trying to press, my influence or my understanding of way of life on anyone. If a female decides that she doesn't want to acquiesce to how I'm moving, then she doesn't have to. She's free to move along. My opinions on the community and stuff like that overall are, done, like I said, are not in line with the average brother who has this idea that we're all just gonna come back together on this great big, I don't know, like this whole big collective of we're all gonna be reunited and all this. To me, and like I said before, I don't see that happening in this lifetime. I feel like the damage has been done. I feel like it's a wrap, and I feel like brothers need to be making their own decisions for their best interests. I don't feel like it's on me to go out here and evangelize and try to tell people the good news or this and that. I mean, if they want to understand what some of their options are and some of the best ways they can do things, then yeah. But, everybody's not going to do the same thing. Everybody's not going to think the same way. And, me personally, I kind of feel like You know, it has to come from within, man. Like it first of all has to start from within. If you want to start incorporating some type of values, your value structure has to be in place in yourself first.
Right.
You have to
right.
know how you're moving first. And then from that, you can go out there and find what type of I guess you would say people or even women that you're looking for match that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I don't believe in trying to fight against something that's not there, or something that's somebody that's not willing, trying to do battle. You know what I'm saying? Life isn't supposed to be a constant struggle. It's supposed to be easy flowing and moving.
Right.
And if you find something, or if you come to a place where, oh, they understand me here, you know what I mean? That's why you go where you're wanted, not where you're tolerated.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if I'm not getting along with a certain group of people in a certain area, to me, it's like all skin folk and kinfolk. You know what I mean? Like I just said, this class is in this thing. You got to understand, like, you may not relate well, like you can be culturally imbalanced from certain people. That doesn't mean that you need to try to change yourself to match them. You know what I mean? It might just be your style and who you are to say, hey, maybe you wear a button-up shirt every day. Maybe you dress a little better. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that you have to change who you are in order to match a certain value set or culture. You go to where your culture is wanted and respected, and you move from there. I feel like that's the best way to go.
Chris, I'm going to ask a question, and I see Sugar Bum she said, I'm saying we're glorifying a time period that just wasn't. So let me say this. We're not saying, we're looking at generalities. There's the exception, then there's the rule. In general, because we know that there are always outliers, but in general, women of the past were more savory women. Women of the past had a modicum of higher virtue. The gospel say that there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing is new under the sun. Fornication is not new. Alternative lifestyles is not new. Nothing is new under the sun. But watch this, here's the caveat. Something that we had in the past is something we don't have now. It's called shame. It was shameful for certain behaviors to happen. Now there is no shame. When you live in a society where shame and more or less bad behavior goes unbridled, that means you have a societal problem as it relates to hedonism. Ingram played basketball. He knows that there were women of the past that was silent in being promiscuous, but now they're not silent. They don't care. And that's the point. Your grandmothers and your great-grandmothers had issues too. My grandmother had a child out of wedlock, but that was not the norm. That was the exception to the rule. It wasn't the rule. Now the rule is promiscuity, and the rule is not respecting men, and the rule is brokenness in our society and in our communities. So that's where we got to look at things from a contextual framework. You can't look at your experience and make it minimize. The rule is back then it was less of bad behavior, but now it's more of bad behavior. Shout out to my man, Narc, my little hobbit, the Leo, for the $20 super chat, super stick. He said, for the support, no doubt. Narc, the Narc perspective, I call him a little hobbit. He's a Leo. He's about 5'4". You know, he's my little Leo hobbit. But I got much love and respect for him. But Ingram experience, how would you like to add clarity to that? Because I forgot what the question was, but if you remember what I said, UMB9, go ahead and respond, brother. Go ahead. Let me unmute you, Ingram. Hold tight, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, brother Chris makes a valid point. You always have to be a reflection of the things you want in women. That's number one. That's why when I talk about a lot of things on my channel, it's about men becoming the best version of themselves, putting time, energy, work into yourself. Those things are important. But in terms of what you were talking about men being the prize catcher, and I think what a lot of real women don't realize is that we are the consumers of women. And what I mean by that is we are the gatekeepers to marriage. Now, women control, for ours, getting men to sleep with them, women control sex. But in terms of a man making a woman, his wife, his mean girl, we control that. So we are the prize catchers. We are the consumers. And I think one of the misconceptions that we have because of the culture is that because men will DM women, sleep with them, have multiple affairs with them, that they want to make that woman their wife or their girlfriend. So for us, the ultimate prize is marriage. And I think that we see for women, that's the ultimate prize a man can give to a woman, is to call her his woman, or be married, call his wife. And I think that's where the big misconception is. But in terms of what Brother Chris was saying, in terms of the community, if you're trying to change women, you're crazy. Anybody who's trying to do that is nuts. What you can do is change men. And the reality of it is this: the only way some people change, or some people, you're not even trying to change them, you got to add capitalistic principles to your life. If there's no, you've got to try and get the best situations for you, because ultimately, when you're asleep at night, it's your house. You're going to experience the pain, the misery, the suffering. If you pick a woman that does not fit into your program, that does not have the femininity, that's not submissive, and ain't none of the brothers or the community or the woke folks or the people of code that's telling you to do this and do that, they're not living in your house. You're going to be suffering in that house alone in silence if you don't pick a woman that's going to add value to your life.
I totally agree. B9, what does it mean to B9 to be the prize catcher? The prize catcher is a term that I created because men determine if the woman that he's going to put the ring on is the prize. I've said in the past that she can be a prize in her head, but until you more or less scoop that woman up, she's not the prize. Because as BGS Ipmore said, and also Ron Wills, that water seeks its own level. A man that's a one, if he chooses not to marry that woman that's a one on sexual market value, she can't get married. What does the prize catcher mean to you, B9? And how would you like to add clarity to the conversation?
Well, I agree with you 100% about what the prize catcher is. The problem with the prize catcher is that I live in DC, and the Anacostia River is just muddy. You don't want to catch no fish out of that river. And until you clean that river up and that water's not brown and all murky and muddy, and yeah, you don't want it. And that's what my brother up top next to you was saying, Kosher. That's why we're going other places, looking at other options, finding clear blue, green waters in other places and saying, oh my God, I can swim here all day long on any level, whether it's, just as a single man or to find a wife. So ain't no prize. I can't be the prize catcher. So the issue is that we have to develop more prizes. Kids stop buying Cracker Jacks when it's not the little whistle in the box.
I like that, no doubt, right.
So, and going further along with this is, the reality of it is that the devil's greatest trick was making people think he didn't exist. Mm-hmm. And these women today, they don't realize that what they're doing and all of the benefits that they're getting right now, having their own jobs, spending their own money, getting their own hair and their own this, and girls' trips and hot girl summers and this and that, feels good right now. Dealing with these simp guys feels good right now because he doesn't want to argue with you and he says yes to everything you say. But you have to realize that there's a price to pay at some point. Every prescription has a side effect. Mm-hmm. And when that train gets 2 feet in front of you, it's too late to move at that point. And we as intelligent, intellectual men are trying to tell our women, get off the tracks now before that train gets 2 feet in front of you. Because if you keep allowing to let the system eradicate the black man from a financial standpoint, from a morality standpoint, from a mental health standpoint, from a physical health standpoint, you're going to lose your protection. And all of these news stories that you see about black men getting harassed and brutally beaten and sometimes deleted, you're the next in line, ladies. You're the next ones on the chopping block, because as long as there's a society where someone's at the top, someone's got to be at the bottom.
I totally agree. Jedi Mike, you are a millennial, or you're a zennial. You're a puppy, man. You're a young buck.
98.
Yeah, you're a puppy, man. You're not going to be my baby, my son. You're a puppy. But I created a term called the prize catcher. And before you expound on that, what are you seeing in modern dating and relationships as a young man? And do you feel that modern women are prize worthy as it relates to putting a ring on her finger? But also, do you feel like they have the soft skills, Jedi Mike, to say that I'm sorry?
No.
Oh, wow.
Okay, but further to explain on that, see, in my generation today now, like I said, I'm 23 years young, and I'm my senior year in college. I can just tell you this from the last 5 years I've been in just in university setting, and I'm not far from B9. I'm in the DMV area, right? I go to George Mason University. I can tell you this one thing is that that in terms of the liberation these women feel like they have in their college years, it's what I call almost the reverse of a candy shop, where it's like you reap the benefits of getting all the variety you want, but fun, you can get much candy you want and consume it. But all of a sudden, as much as you consume something, that might you think that will benefit you, does have a cost with it. For example, it's different from like in economics, you heard about marginal benefit between marginal utility, where like the more you want something, for example, you like ice cream, right? All right, then you want another ice cream, another thing, another, right? Okay, you're gonna get more of it, but eventually it's gonna lead to your demise because you can get filled and you can get sick of it. That's basically what's happening with women today, that they're not going to realize that they're going to get their short-term fame and success is actually going to lead to their long-term demise. Because unfortunately, what happened is that my girlfriend I'm with, she had to unlearn what she had learned. Right. In terms of conditions that have been perpetuated by her girlfriends that she is no longer affiliated with, because unfortunately she know what the long game is, that we want to prioritize marriage, and family inside. And in doing that, I also have to make sure that the leader that I am is not only being edified, but also being promoted, especially in the young age of me being 23. Now, I'm not saying here like I'm, the man, I have all the resources and I'm not established yet, whatever. But the thing is that knowing that she sees the man with purpose, and not only the fact that she can also identify with her girlfriends at any point in time they want to villainize the men around them, that they think that they claim they're looking for this certain leader that they want, but yet why would I want to be a leader if someone doesn't validate me, right? And you saying, well, we're supposed to be men and we're supposed to actually take these things, and then you're being weak. I can tell you this: there's such thing as a modern woman, but also a modern man. For example, in terms of society, in terms of feminate the male, take away the process that forged these guys to be men and be men of character and foundation, but also being men of self-respect. I know for a fact my dad, he's born in 59. He's been in the military, in the Navy. Also, he's a pastor. One thing he established for me, and Mike, until you get established, you understand your last name means something. If you have not done your work time, you're 35, and your last name doesn't mean anything, you have nothing to stand on, then you have truly failed. So with that, on a process I am, I know for a fact there is my last name to give to my girl. If she, if I tend to be the marriage-minded woman, that's a level of thing that I have to control, that my last name has value, and I'm not going to give it so willingly to everybody.
That's right.
Also, so the point is with women thinking that just because the fact that you have, what's between your legs, the fact that you can whip your hair back and forth, and you might be sugar, spice, and everything nice, but all that stuff is fairy tale. Because eventually, the day and age, in our generation today, the modern dating, we're not dating anymore. It's all about, talking about what we can reap the benefits, and actually going through the process of building the foundation of a relationship and family.
Guys, I want to show you something. I'm so honored that you guys have begun to see what your worth is as men. You guys have begun to love yourself. When we hear a young millennial like Jedi Mike pontificating points of clarity, it gives me courage. You're right. That last name means everything. It should be an honor to get the ring. That's what most don't understand. The ring is not given. The ring is a sign that she's willing to come into the kingdom of that man. Jesus told Nicodemus came to Jesus at the night. He said, Rabbi and teacher, what must a man be do to enter the kingdom of heaven? Jesus told Nicodemus, you must be born again. I'm convinced that many modern women must be born again as it relates to the thinking errors that they have accommodated in their mind in order to come into the kingdom of man. You can't get the ring unless you're wife ready. But you got to earn that ring if you want to be caught by the prize catcher, because he will determine if you are prize worthy, not you. You can be a prize in your head, but you're not the prize until that man decides to give you the ring. But you got to be willing to work for that ring instead of just thinking that you can get a ring just because. Because if every woman got married in America today, sisters that is, over 2 million would not have a husband. So what does that say? Men too long have been deferring power instead of demanding power. And Frederick Douglass said it better than I could say it. He said that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. There's a power differential in modern relationship that needs to be broken. And men, you have the power to set the tone moving forward in 2022. I'm going to give you guys a case study evidence or a case study by this lady named Paco. And Paco is resonating what many modern women don't understand until it's too late. So hold tight, guys. I'm going to share this video real quick. And Paco talks about her ignorance. Paco talks about her not thinking that men were unlimited and that she could find a man and Fenton because she thought she can always get a man from the man tree. So hold tight, guys. I'm going to play this clip from a show that I've done, guys. And if you have not seen it, that was a classic show. And it was also very sad. So hold tight. I don't know if you guys can see it. Hold tight. The stream is the internet's a little slow. Hold tight.
Or his influence from that circumstance.
Discussion. Black families were more into. Mika G, I'd love to hear your insight. Please come on and have a conversation if you can. If not, no issue. And then also, I would like to thank YouTube Streets for his $5 donation. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you donating to the channel. I look forward to continue to bring elevated content or much needed content. As it's important that we have these discussions, as politics is one of those elements that can impact the mental health of black men and black women. You know, Paco Winter is coming. I remember a time where most women had husbands, and Kevin Samuels talks about a time called winter. And you know, winter not only symbolizes the seasons that are about to come, but winter symbolizes a stage in life. When you look at some of your, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Right,
yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm, go ahead.
I am in the storm. Okay. I got a part-time job. I'm a tax expert, so I only work during tax season. Mm-hmm. I'm 60 years old. I don't have retirement. My family is spread across the country. Yes, and I don't have a strong black man who I love black men in my life. I'm not mad. I know my time has passed.
Wow.
But I am in the winter.
Wow.
I'm in the storm.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Let me ask you a question. Do you feel like there was a time when you had a viable black man, but you forfeited that by sometime bad choices?
1,000% correct.
Oh my God.
I was married.
Right.
I was fine as hell. And I thought that I was black girl magic.
Wow.
So wow. That's why I know the death mentality. And I thought that I was.
Go ahead, keep talking. You said you thought you were black girl magic. Keep talking, Paca.
Oh, but life and reality woke me up.
So it sounds like to me that you had a good, you had a decent or solid man, but you came you became a victim of your own delusions. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I'm not ashamed to say that.
I appreciate your honesty. And see, that's what we've been trying to tell a lot of women. You know, some women think that they can always go to the man tree and get a man. And they don't realize that a time will come when their life is going to have a reset. And, you know, it's still yeah, go ahead.
I was getting the beat. You know, I don't want to say the word. I was getting that, but I wasn't getting no rings. I divorced my husband and was buck wild for years.
Wow.
I have a master's degree. I was making good money and all that. That don't mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Was not getting the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't even getting the play. So now I have to live the consequences of that.
Right. And that goes back to what some of the men in these spaces are trying to tell our women is that men don't care about degrees. We care about you being feminine, fit, cooperative, and more or less adhering to the mission of a man. And I'm so grateful that you are so honest about your choices, the bad choices that you made, as men are in the winter of their life, but they're also in this winter storm. What would you tell some of the young women that are listening, Paco, about why it's so important to have family and a man in their life, and not to forfeit a good man for the sake of vainglory?
I would say, first of all, date with the person.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just be flying around acting as if you have forever to get it together. And if you follow that, what do I want to say? Ideology of not marrying a person because he looked good, he got money, or all these nefarious traits. You'll find you a good man. And when you do find him, act like you got some sense. Know your place. Once you do that, everything else follows.
All right, guys. All right, so you guys heard it firsthand. You heard it firsthand from Paco, and Paco was talking about some of the mistakes that she made in relationships. Shout out to my man, Oak Buck Collins. Thank you, brother, for that kind compliment. Kosher is criminally underrated. Funny how he doesn't get as many views yet. Well, listen, it is funny, but I need you guys' help. It's about 88 people that are watching. You can help this platform grow when you share the content. When you share it, you can help me grow. But if you don't share the content and tell people about it and hit all the notifications, they won't know about it. So share the content. Shout out to my man CoolGen87. He always shared the content. Sharing the content sometimes means more than donations. I need them both, but I need you guys to share the content if you want this platform to grow, because we want to empower men. We don't want to see men suffering in silence. We don't want to see men being saboteurs of their own ignorance because they don't know what their worth is. We don't want to see men suffering because of a schema affliction, because they don't know what their worth is due to negative socialization, which in essence is negative conditioning. So I need you guys to share the content. Help me grow this platform. Let's keep getting the message out as we seek to empower men in 2022. Ladies, you heard what Paco said. Paco said that she felt like she can always pull a man from the man tree. She felt that men were unlimited commodities. And that goes back to some of our women, and I say some, shout out to the good sisters, seeing men as only commodities and seeing men as more or less human doings instead of seeing them as human beings. Shout out to Sandman. When you begin to see a man as a human being versus a human doing, then you will begin to love him more. Jenny Moreno said that you got to earn the ring. The ring is a pearl of great cost, but you can't get the ring if you're not willing to humble yourself and to do the introspection to get a man. You heard what this woman said. She thought her master's degree but get her a man. But men don't care about your master's degree. A man will have sex with you. A man will be in your DM telling you how beautiful that you are, but it really doesn't mean anything until you get the ring, if that's what you want and if you value relationships. But Chris Strongheart, I think I asked you the question. I don't know if I asked you what the prize catcher means. I think I did. You feel that there would never be, the times would never be as it was in the past. You heard what Paco said, and she's an older woman. Why do you think that's the case? Do you feel that liberal policies cause our women to be in a state of disrepair? I want you to expound on that, please.
Well, really, I just feel like because of what we have going on right now in society, I don't feel like things are going to change anytime soon because they don't have an incentive to change. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hear a lot of brothers talk about, oh, we just need to man up and do all this other nonsense. Well, think about this is like, man, check it out, bro. You don't have authority over black women, just so you know. You don't have authority. Her authority is the government, because the government gives her the incentive to more or less, let's say, have freedom when it comes to determining if the child is going to be brought to full term or not. You know what I'm saying? There are so many things that are in line with the favor of the woman. Divorce as well and things like that. The government supports your black women, whereas she doesn't necessarily have to be up under your leadership and your guidance and authority if she doesn't want to. There is no incentive. It's not there. You know what I mean? So the thing is that it's not to say that there is none out there, but the culture does not push that. The culture does not provide a comfortable place where that is something that you could look forward to. I mean, because like brothers are saying, if you want to go out here and find, you know, the piece of hay and a stack of needles, you go ahead and you have fun with that. But for me, you know, and brothers who are like-minded, it's about, you know, why waste your time trying to sit here and beat your head against the wall and keep wondering how come you're getting the same outcome over and over and over again. Like I said, the culture is not in a place where it's essentially teaching women to be traditional. That's not something that's being pushed right now. You know, it's not what it is. I mean, we have very, especially in the black community, we get very liberal politics get pushed. You know, a lot of things that get pushed in our society about, you know, telling women that they don't have to listen to men. They can do what they want. They're equal to men, stuff like that. That's fine, hon. You can do all that. But like you've seen in that example in that video right there, she's telling women something that Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion ain't telling them. Like, you need to be dating with a purpose. You need to be out here trying to figure out if you want to be a wife or not, because you don't think it's going to be hot girl summer. And then you wind up being 60 trying to figure out how come you ain't got no man. Well, because you never dated and you never structured yourself to where maybe I should go ahead and work on the things I need to do to have a better outcome to be a wife. You know, that's something that's definitely not pushed in our culture. So it's sad, you know, to see that lady up there talking about her issues and things like that. But, you know, whose fault is that? You know what I mean? That's on her.
Right.
You know what I mean? That is her fault and her fault alone. If she don't want to listen to men, if she don't want to understand structure and authority up under a good black man that wants to take care of her, or back when she had the time to do it, back when she was younger, because she thought she was fast, she thought she was hot girl summer, and she basically screwed over the man that was willing to be by her side, her time is past. You know what I'm saying? Like sorry, buy a dog and die alone. I mean, you want to cry now? Sorry, it's too late. Because ain't no man coming now. I'm highly doubting that some man is finna come save you, because that man that you could have had, he's probably on the island somewhere enjoying the time of his life at 60, in his prime, with his money, doing everything that he wanted to do. Right. And he dodged a bullet not dealing with you because you weren't in a position and you weren't mentally ready to be a wife. And it's like so many sisters in the so-called community are doing that right now. You know what I mean? That's the track they're on. And she said, oh, it was too late when I was on the track and the speeding train was coming at me. Now it's 2 feet away. Now you want to get off the track. Well, guess what? It's too late. It's finna smack you. Sorry. And when the train smack you, I'm going to be long gone. I'm going to be in a whole nother country. Sorry. Because I'm not.
Drinking caipirinhas.
Yeah, having a caipirinha. Chilling somewhere on the other side of either Copa or Panema. Chilling. They don't get me started. They already know. Or Colombia. You know, I'm telling you, it's a wrap. That's what I'm
man, you
saying. And
funny.
it's
You
sad.
funny.
It's sad. It is sad. You know
It
what I'm
is
saying?
sad, man. It is
For
sad.
the
My
brothers
heart.
who have hope. You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
sorry, it's sad.
Right.
But
Right.
it's I mean, because I mean, for the select brothers, for the brothers who are quote unquote winning, you know what I'm saying? Fine, have them, have all of them, take them with all their bad behavior, their baby daddies, bad attitudes. Oh, have it, bro. You winning. That's right. You the Mac, you the OG, you the pimp, you the God. Have it. You the king of the ghetto. Have it. You good. We're not gonna fight you. Take all you want, bro.
Anyway,
Hey,
yeah, go ahead, Ingram.
Can I come in real quick on what my man Strongheart just said right there?
Yeah, I am.
That is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I said I will. I want Ingram to add, and then I'm gonna let you come on in behind Ingram real quick. But Ingram, you know, you can share what you want to share when you were married. Did you feel like you got enough apologies in your prior relationship, and you share what you want to share? And do you feel like that was the death kill to your relationship?
I think when I came through was the time of the 90s. Obviously, that's when that certain wave of feminism came. I really wasn't too schooled to the game. Like, I wish I had guys like me, guys like you, and the brother below, all the brothers on the panel back then when I was young, you know, because then we weren't of this mindset of women are just people. We were just going along, get along, and we were raised in, we came up in an environment where women could do no wrong, or, you know, women are benevolent and this, so on and so forth. But for me, being married was a constant attempt at mutiny. And you would check it as a masculine man, but it'll pop its head up back another. It's like kabonk. Every time you check that attempt to that strong feminism trying to overtake the house. And there was never an apology, because we came in that era of the Generation X where, you know, that first group of kids were the first to go to college, and, you know, women were raised in a certain environment where it was daddy's babies and there was never any accountability. That's when that wave of feminism came through, where women thought that cooking was abusive or this other stuff was terrible, and where women tried to hyphenate men's names and all these other things were going on at that particular time. I wasn't quite aware of it then as we are now. And I didn't understand why you constantly got that challenge in the house. And the reality is, every man wants a peaceful home. The number one thing a woman does for a man is provide him with a add to him having a peaceful home. A guy working a 12-hour day, a 16-hour day, when he comes home, he looks at his woman almost like an opiate, a separation from the world that he has to battle everywhere, secure place at his house. And if you have to come home and you have to fight another battle with a woman, that is totally demoralizing. And I think that's what you see with these modern women. They want to debate you. They want to argue with you. They want to do conditional femininity and conditional submission. Those types of things has been ingrained in them from their mothers and their grandmothers. And that's when I really got a good taste for that when I was married. And that's why I got out of it.
No doubt. B9, how would you like to add to what Chris Strongheart said, brother? Because I'm going to ask you guys another question in a few minutes. And it's called, a word that I created called hopamine. Hopamine is tied to dopamine, because dopamine is tied to the neurotransmitters in your brain when you get the feeling of love. So many men, guys, have been victims of hopamine to the point that they become psychotic when they find out that the illusion of love no longer exists in modern times. But before we talk about hopamine, B9, continue to clarify Chris Strongheart's point of view.
God works in mysterious ways, because what I was going to add on to what Chris said goes right into your hopamine. So this is perfect. What I was going to say was, when Chris talked about the young lady saying that it was too late and the train was about to hit her and this and that or whatever, and she had realized, oh man, I can't get off the tracks now. That's what I'm talking about with these women. And it's way bigger, because these men that care that much, where they'll do anything a woman says and they'll roll over and they'll have no backbone, those are the men that will hurt women. Those are the men that care so much that those are the problems come in. And that's what I said, seeing the train 2 feet before it's in front of you, because you don't want to be abused. No one wants you to be abused. So don't mess with these quote unquote Romeos that turn it on when everybody's looking, but they throwing you into an 80-inch TV in the comforts of your own home. And what Chris said was perfect. You win. You got it. You got all the women. You're the greatest of all time. Only a real man would say that because he knows he has options. That simp is going to hold on to you sometimes to a detrimental outcome because he's made it up in his mind that you're all I've got. And without you, I'm nothing. And blah, blah, blah. And that dopamine that you talking about, social clinician, burn them up, baby.
All right. You know, the dopamine rush. Every man on this panel have been a victim, including myself, of that dopamine rush. The dopamine rush is a byproduct of dopamine as it tied to love. Why does dopamine, Jedi Mike, keep men in what's called a transfixed state of delusion, in your opinion? And then we go around. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for one, I just want to kind of acknowledge what B9 was talking about, because it's the old thing of like where, you know, you gotta be careful what you wish for, and something where in a situation that like these men, you know, can break because there's all these desires of you being this type of white knight or this Romeo you're talking about. Listen, there's a difference. We have to make the distinction from nice guys to good men, right? We got to make this distinction because niceness is an act. Kindness is who you are, right? Manipulators, abusers, whatever, use niceness in a way to get what they want from both men and women, whatever. But the point about this is that when you have over time as men, we cannot afford to be off our friend, be on, you know, and be broken. But even then, the situation you see consistently throughout the last few years, where men all of a sudden had one bad day and they broke. Right. Now,
Right.
someone that's murdered, you know,
Right.
murder, whatever, stuff like that.
Right,
It
right.
goes to the line from the Joker. We all can be
Joker,
saying all it takes is just one bad day.
One bad
And you're
day.
wondering why, when some men come back home and they're from a long day of work and they're sitting in their cars for 30 minutes before they even get in the house. They're
It's
not
a
on
shame.
the phone or nothing. They're just sitting in their car being quiet. And you're wondering why. I saw my father one time, like when I was little, just keep doing like, Dad, why you do that? It's like, and I realized it now. I do that. Now I do that, like sometimes, and I'm just like, the things of this process of men, you know, like I said, life happens to all of us, but when we hold a burden to be the leaders and everything like that, and then we get to a point where we have to come back to a home, to our unruly woman, where I have to fight the world for your honor, for your family. Now I gotta come fight no, that's not peace.
It's
right?
not peace, right? And not only is it not peace, young man, it'll send you to an early grave. You can hear the echoes of many men when you go visit the grave site. They have tears unkept, but also dreams deferred because they didn't have these channels. They didn't have the coach clinician. They didn't have the Ingram experience. They didn't have Chris and you or whoever to speak life into them. The gospel says that in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. But there's no safety for many modern men because they've been conditioned not to speak about their pain. They've been conditioned to be silent. They've been conditioned to think that they speak out, they hate women, or their mama is black. But the gospel also says, honor thy father and thy mother. We live in a very gynocentric culture where we've been conditioned to honor our women at the behest of our men. But the gospel clearly tells women, children, to honor the father because man is the first fruit of God's creation if you believe in theology. If you don't believe in theology, then I'm not talking to you. But in most cultures of the book, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, honoring the men was very important. But we live in a time now where men are not honored. Men that see themselves as mules. You know, I saw a lady by the name of Cynthia G, and her dad sounded like an old man simp, where he said that men should just lift heavy things and more or less placate to women. And we wonder why we have the current brokenness and the schema affliction of so many men now in modern America. To the 87 that are listening, once again, guys, share the content. If you have not shared the content, share the content. Let's get this channel up to 3,000 at some point. If you have not donated, donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. Shout out to Jamal Fully Love for the $20 Cash App. Thank you, brother. And then also, if you have not donated, also hit the super sticker. This has been a great conversation because it's my job and my mission to empower our men as we seek to empower our women. Chris Strongheart, have you been a victim of hopamine? And if so, how did you break that psychic stronghold?
A victim of hopamine. Well, that's a long story, but we'll keep it short and just say, yeah, I was. And I guess what broke it was getting divorced, to be honest. You know what I mean? If we want to talk about what really kind of showed me like the possibility of how rough things can go when they talk about how, you know, when it comes down to a divorce, y'all not friends. You know what I mean? This person that you thought you was going to spend the rest of your life with turns into what you would literally have to consider your enemy. I mean, just head on over to, you know, like the lead attorney. He talks about it all the time. He talks about how these women, they're heartless when it comes to these separations, these divorces. And even when I was trying to get back on my feet, you know, after my separation, you know, I was wondering how come something was off, you know, when I was dealing with certain women, you know what I mean? Because I was trying to, you know, get back in the game and all that stuff. And I didn't understand why I kept having problems. And I realized that the problem is that I kept expecting these young ladies I was meeting to be similar to my wife that I had. And I wasn't understanding the reality of you need to kill this hope idea that that women are these perfect angels, they're these goddesses that need to be propped up on the pedestal. And you have to, when you start realizing the true nature of women, that's where the hope dies. But it's supposed to die. Some people call it hope. Some people call it the simp. That part of you has to die in order for you to maintain who you are in this type of society. If you want to deal with the women in this society, you know what I'm saying? Because the culture has changed. Men operate on this 1950s programming, and you got ladies of today, they're operating on the highest, you know, like they're on the iCore 7. I mean, they're running the newest version of Apple, and you ain't got updated since, like, you know what I mean, since the 60s. So men have to kind of get out of that hope that, oh, she wouldn't really do me like that. Say, bro, you don't understand the nature of what you're really dealing with. You have to have the understanding of that at any time, you know, she can do what's called getting out of pocket. I mean, we just recently had the situation with, you know, Dr. Dre finalized his divorce and all that other stuff, but she still got $100 million out of him, even though that he is worth about, I think, 800 million, almost $1 billion. And what saved him was the prenup. But even though that the prenup was there, some men would say, you know, I love her so much, she would never do that to me. I don't need a prenup, bro. You crazy. You're crazy to think that it's not in a woman's nature to be selfish and fend for herself at your expense, at your cost, because it will happen that way. Because they'll say one thing about, oh, a man just needs to make enough and stuff like that. But how come we keep having all these issues with these celebrities? You know what I'm saying? You look over to the celebrities. What is Will doing to Jada? Or what is Jada doing to Will? You know what I'm saying? Like, look at it. You know what I mean? Sit back and actually look at what's going on in society, what's around you. And get out of this idea that, oh, that wouldn't happen to me. You got to kill that hope. You know what I mean? Stop taking that hopium. You need to wake up and take reality. Some people call it the red pill, and they call it that for a reason, because it's the reality of the world that's going on around you. When you start taking it or understanding the nature of what's real, you start to see the world in code. You start to see the games that are being played all around you, just like the code of the Matrix. That's why people use that reference. You start to see through what they call the BS, and you start to be able to move your way around it. And then when you come completely free, you can fly and go wherever you want, just like a Neo. You know what I mean? So that's why that hope has to die. You have to get out of this mindset that, oh, there's never a possibility where that could happen to me. You got to have your fail safes in place, especially nowadays, man. Because the dudes who keep popping that hopium are the same ones who will wind up, we'll say, harming the women that are closest to them because of what she did, and also turning that gun around and harming themselves.
No doubt. I agree with you 100%. Shout out to my man Samuel Calvin for the $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. Blackman 316. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. I thank you guys for holding me up as we continue this very poignant conversation. B9, let me ask you a question, brother. When did you get over the dopamine rush of love, the delusion of love? Because we were conditioned to be simps back in the 90s as well. When you had groups like Babyface, I give her love, I buy her clothes, I cook her dinner too. As soon as I get home from work, the Babyface simp shackle. And it's true, we were conditioned to be simps. But when did you get over the dopamine rush of this so-called delusion of love?
Junior year in high school. I was the dude back in the day that was all writing the poetry and doing all of this and that and buying the flowers and the candy and doing the most. And then my dad pulled me aside and said, son, if I see how much you chasing these girls, but you have to realize if you chasing them, that means they running away from you.
Right.
Focus that energy that you putting extroverting and introvert that energy into yourself, and they will start chasing you. And I haven't looked back since. And that's why it's important to have a father in your life, because they give you solutions to problems. And that's why there's so many simps out there today, because nobody's giving you the solution to the problem. They are giving you they're teaching you how to speak your problem in Spanish and French and German and this and that. So you are very fluent in speaking problem. But when I talk about a solution, or a real man talks about a solution, all you hear is the Charlie Brown phone, wah, 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 wah. So that's what Chris was saying about the Matrix thing, is that you literally have to unplug from this system so that you can understand that you are just like chattel slavery, you are being used as a capitalistic tool to bring this government and this society money while giving you the smallest minimal payoff that it can give you. And then not only do you do it, you build a generation of these Duracell batteries that they just use up and toss away.
Right. And you begin to see a lot of men rebel in a silent manner because they're getting sick of the behavior. They're getting sick of the behavior. They're getting sick of the abuse. We live in very despondent times to test the souls of men. Ingram experience, if you got married again, what kind of woman would qualify to be your wife if you got married again, brother?
Brother, that's a tough one, man. I'll tell you one thing for certain. She'd definitely be someone that's feminine, that's submissive, that's cooperative, that's going to get on my plan. And I don't really see that happening much. And she's going to have to bring things to the table that adds value to my life. That means that if I'm with her, my life is going to be better than what it is now. And that's going to be a difficult one because I do live a pretty comfortable life now. So can it happen? Yes. But that has to be demonstrated to me from that woman before I'd even consider that type of act, that type of commitment. But I wanted to say for the brothers in general, man, like the message that B9 and Chris and the other brothers dropping in kosher, it's very difficult out here too for any man that has a masculine voice in these spaces, because at the end of the day, there's not really any profit in the truth. The truth is there's no profit in the truth. And the reality, the most harmful thing, and why I only will be coming to certain spaces nowadays, is because what you have now is this pervasive epidemic type proportion simp culture in this country. And one of the most harmful things is these feminine men, like you said, that haven't had their father in their life. They're very emotional. They're very dangerous, to be honest with you. And they don't want to hear certain conversation from masculine men. And that can be that's a serious problem in our community. That's a serious problem in this country. But that's a problem, period, because they don't want to hear what B9 has to say or what Chris has to say. And you almost get back and forth into this debate where you're arguing with a man that communicates with feminine energy, where he's not listening to what you're saying and responding to your conversation or your top. See, real men push back at thoughts, ideas, opinions. We don't attack the person. We listen to what you say and say, okay, well, why do you, and we ask questions, why did you say what you say? Or what do you mean by that? That's how men communicate. But when you get into some of these spaces, you got to be cautious too, because masculinity and masculine conversations, especially among the woke crew, is not very popular because they're solution oriented. They're conversation oriented. They come from a masculine perspective. So I just wanted to say that too, because you can't have a conversation with some of these dudes. They also are far gone, along with some of these women. They have gone so far to that. They've been so overly feminized and have so much female nature in them, and they've been so indoctrinated by sim culture, it's worthless even talking to them. But this space is a masculine space, and we're allowed to have our opinion, our views, and have dialogue with other men, which is great.
I want to address T-Row, and thank you, dear, for responding. T-Row, you said that preaching, except most men are not operating at 1950s, and most women are not. Well, I think I see where you're coming from, T-Row, but actually men are, because men are still expected to be traditional, meaning providers, protectors, security, and maintenance. Women have the option to be modern or traditional. The role and responsibility of men have never changed. We're still expected to adhere to old archetypes of being the protectors, the providers. Even if the woman has a very good salary, a woman's making $70,000 a year, does not want a man that's making $25,000 because she's going to look down on him. He got to make 70 or above. So he's still a provider, even though she's still making her own money. But that was a good point of view, and thank you for your comment. Jedi Mike, when were you a victim of dopamine? And how did you break that psychic mode? Maybe you had already said, I'm asking so many questions, but when were you a victim of dopamine? And when did you break that psychic mode, brother?
Well, it kind of came into like my freshman year out of college because one day I was like in a previous relationship of mine and where I was kind of like the whole like, oh yeah, I'm a man, I'm supposed to give, the whole like put you on a pedestal and everything like that. But then it got to a point where when you were showing things how we're feeling, how if you actually go on the LaPifa network, one thing's I guess I had like a viral moment when I identified the difference between vulnerability and transparency, and this is how like I at the time I thought, oh man, we can be vulnerable to the girl, like to our women, everything like that. But then at the point, it's to a point where she start everything you sharing to her, she start to use it against you and weaponize the vulnerability that you gave to her, or at least what she asked for, right? So I just knew that I couldn't do that, at least that, and give it to men because what I ended up happening was with someone who had like a tit for tat where she kept bringing up stuff. Well, that's what happened to you when you were 5 years old, right? Blah blah blah. But yet I'm supposed to be that shoulder to cry on. But yeah, you're supposed to be disrespecting me on a continuous basis, and I'm supposed to tolerate it. And then saying, saying I'm being effeminate because now I'm sharing you these emotions or stuff that you're asking for. So this is why I can never now move accordingly. Where I'm not watching what you say, I watch what you do. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened when I was younger, and I know I can't subscribe to, because as men we have to have spaces like this where we have edifying men, and that we can be vulnerable to each other,
right,
and
right.
and be transparent with them. Because unfortunately, I'm saying that it's going to basically lead to their demise when they see us unstable. But exactly, basically, where they be careful what they wish for. And I think that on that situation where I had the dopamine, where like, oh, all this stuff aside, I can be vulnerable to her and everything, but yet she kept weaponizing it. So I'm like, I can't do that.
I'm going to ask you five guys a question, because you guys are a representation of what I call the randomized sample. You and B9 are from different parts of the DC DMV area. I think Ingram is from Delaware, up in that area near Pennsylvania, and Chris is from all over. Texas, North Carolina, Mississippi. Chris is a traveler. He's from everywhere. But if you guys had 10 girlfriends, what percentage of you guys would say they were willing to say, I apologize when they did something wrong? Starting with the Zennial, then going to the Millennial, then going to the Gen X's. Starting with Jedi Mike, what percentage of women would you say, if you dated 10 girls, would have the wherewithal to say, I'm sorry and or I apologize when they wrong? What percentage would you say, brother?
I don't to come across as blunt, but just like, but they do exist out there. But I'm gonna say around 10-20%.
Oh wow, only 10?
Because the thing is, they will apologize, but they're waiting for you to do it first, right? So that some people will, it's just almost in the sense of like, someone would just kind of wait to see how you would respond instead of just like, oh, I apologize for my actions, whatever. Because you have to understand, it comes with self-awareness. This generation, like I'm fully giving you full humility today that my generation, when we lack accountability, but more importantly, we lack self-awareness that leads to that accountability. So I think on that note, I say that's why I say it's about 10 to 20%, because we don't promote that. We like the deflection instead of reflection.
What would you say, Chris Strongheart? What percentage, you are a millennial, what percentage would you say have said that they were sorry when it relates to relationships?
Closer to 1 or 2%.
Oh my God.
Right.
What?
Yeah, closer to 1 or 2%. So if we're talking out of 10 women, 1.5. Yeah, that's
I
about
said
right.
1 or
That's
2.
right.
Yeah, out
That's
of the
right math. Yeah. So we'll put it there, because the thing is like they don't say I'm sorry. They say if you were to sit her down and have a conversation, say I don't like X, Y, and Z. I don't like what you did. You know, I appreciate if you didn't. Well, I wasn't trying to do this. I wasn't trying to do that. That's what they say. They don't say I'm sorry. It's not a I'm sorry. You don't get that, because like Kev said, I'm sorry shows humility and it shows a level of respect. To keep things at equals, you know, since they want to be equals and keep the shit masculine. The thing is that they'll be more like, well, I wasn't trying to, or I ain't mean to.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry you feel that way, or something like that. Even more sarcastic, like an asshole to be like, oh, I'm sorry you feel that way, because they have to maintain that vibrato. That's just like another dude. It's the same thing your homeboy would say. You know what I mean? It would be like, well, bro, I wasn't trying to do that to you. That's pretty much what they were gonna say. The exact same thing. I wasn't trying to do you like that, bro. You know what I mean? You know how it is. Like, don't talk to me like a bro. Like, what? Not bros. You're supposed to be my girl. You're supposed to be feminine. Why are you coming to me like this? Don't call me bro. You know what I'm saying? And my dog. Like, don't talk to me like that. DMX. Like, that's nasty. I don't. That is so disgusting me. I'm usually turned off in the beginning by how a woman talks to me in the beginning. All the slang, all the bros, all the you know what I'm saying, respect your platform, my N-word, this and all that. I don't like for women to talk
or say suck my. I was like, when they get angry, I was like, are you kidding me? You know, Sophie, as an insult when they say like, yo, suck my, like, are you serious?
Yeah, like that's why oh God, like I cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and be keeping a whole $100, like especially up in the Northeast. Like, oh my God, like all that grimy hood talk that they got up there. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Brooklyn.
Stop. Stop it right now. That yo done yo son. Oh my, get away from me. Get away from me. Don't get away from me. Don't talk to me like that. I'm from the South. I don't even, and you forgot to introduce culture when you're talking about all the regions I'm from. You forgot California.
Yeah, Cali, right? No doubt.
Born in Cali, but still, like,
right.
I'm born in San Diego.
Yeah. All right, I was born in Monterey, but I can't do all that. Yo, done, yo, son, word up, bruh. I can't. Nope. Stop it right now. Like, oh, that's disgusting. Like, because even I'm telling you, my bros talk to me. They'll come and be like, yo, bro, she tripping. She acting like this. And then he'll tell me what she'll say. She'll just be like, she'll tell me that the young lady addressed him like, yeah, bro, this and that. Nah, son, da-da-da. I'm like, why are you even dealing? I'm like, okay, I see why you have problems off the rip, bro. Like, that's woo. I'm just saying that's a whole monster that I can't even deal with from the rip. So that whole I'm a street chick, I'm a hood chick, and I'm tough, and I'm this and I'm that. I don't deal with none of that anyway. I cut that out the box immediately. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like, so to say that
developing an Adam's apple for that,
right? You know what I'm saying? So women need to understand that type of behavior and that type of attitude that is not attractive to men. Who value themselves. They don't like that stuff. Men who know better don't like that. Don't talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got too many men that's go along, get along.
Go along to get along, right.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just like when men actually start standing up, because in the back of his mind, even though he'll go along with it just to get some tail, in the back of his mind, he knows that he don't really like the way you come either. He's just after one thing. And ladies, y'all don't learn because y'all look at men and what you say that they like, or like he likes me thick in all the right places. No, hun, you're fat. Let's just go ahead and call it what it is. A real man will go ahead and let you know, nah, hun, you need to go ahead and drop about 30 pounds. I'm gonna keep it a whole buck with you. You know what I'm saying? Put the Twinkie down, get away from McDonald's. We're not playing those games out here. So the thing is, if men would start standing on a square like they supposed to, like I said, value themselves and really understand that they are prize catchers, then they would start catching prizes.
No doubt.
Start
Right.
catching these dusty hood rat chicks.
Right. And that's why I came up with the term prize catcher, no doubt. Ingram, the Ingram experience. You played basketball for one of the best schools in the Big East called Seton Hall. You're about 6'7", 6'8". I'm 6'6". You got me about an inch or two. But I'm gonna ask you a question, Ingram. You dated multiple women. And I know you viciously, but we ain't gonna go there. You viciously did some other things too, but we ain't gonna talk about that. But what percentage of women, Ingram, when you were dating, actually said that they were sorry in relationships, including your ex-wife?
That's a tough one, man. I would say, based on how you framed the question, out of 10, I would say 1. Going back to the 90s, none. I mean, you're talking about, they just don't apologize for anything because they don't think they're doing wrong. And if it's ever an empty one, is very, very, very that but, and then blame it back to you. It redirected back to you. It's your fault that I behaved this way. It's your fault that I did this.
Right.
And so what I've come to the conclusion is that it's going to always be a man's fault with dealing with modern women. So I just don't deal with them. That's really that simple. I really just don't deal with them because it's always going to be your fault. That's just the way they were raised. The thing.
B, now, what percentage of women, what you said that they were sorry in relationships over your span of time, from the time you were in high school? I don't know if you're married, but if you are married, to even in your current relationship, what percentage?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, let's round it off. I'm 6'5", and I played high school and college ball too. Not at Seton Hall. I wish I was that good of a baller.
Okay, cool.
I wasn't that good.
What schools you play for, man?
I just went to UDC and played under the legendary Will Jones of Washington, D.C.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
That's good, great, man. Shoot, that's good ball.
Oh, no, I'm not complaining. God has been great to me. That ball has taken me many places and got me into a lot of great experiences. So no regrets. But to answer your question, I think that a person that gets 30% out of that would be 3 out of 10. Is a Hall of Famer. Like, this is on baseball numbers now. Exactly. Like a man that can get 3 sincere apologies from a woman in his lifetime is Ken Griffey Jr. Period. So I definitely gonna have to say 1. So that would put me at 10%. But I look down on no man that can say 0, because I look at things, and you know this, Coach, because me and you have conversed before. I look at everything from a macro to micro perspective. And from a macro perspective, these women have the law working for them. American women have laws that no other country will give a female, period. So when you have, and we as Black men are trained the most to respect the law. Remember what Dave Chappelle said, man, you do something wrong, an old man just gonna jump out of nowhere. That's 10 to 20 years right there. You better put that down. So we have been conditioned to follow the law, and there is a special set of circumstances, and our community looks down on us in a certain way if we go that path, especially if we allow a woman to lead us to that path. So women know that they have this much power. Ingram knows this because I paid attention to him, and I know his background with the police force or whatever. So you notice, Ingram, Lady Liberty is, both scales are empty, but yet the scale is still weighted. It's not balanced. So that's what justice really looks like. Justice is not equality. So I laugh when everybody uses this equality word. The only thing that people can equally do is hate. They cannot equally love. So when you understand that, you have to understand that you are fighting for yours, men. And if you don't fight for your respect and you don't fight for your apologies and you don't fight to get treated the way that you're going to be treated, you're fighting for the enemy. There's no such thing as neutrality in this thing. You either are with it or you're going against your own interests. And that's what I find so funny about all of these YouTube simps and all of these flowers and my world and my star and this and that. You're downgrading yourself subliminally. You are indirectly saying, I'm not worthy because you're giving all of the glory and all of the flowers to her. And that's where this nonsense of happy wife, happy life comes from. Ain't nobody, I've been, and to answer your other question, Kosha, I've been married for 20 years. I'm a father of 5. And let me tell y'all right now, if B9 ain't happy, ain't nobody in my motherfucking house happy.
Watch your language, but I agree.
I apologize.
I agree with you, man. And I say the same thing. I don't ascribe to happy wife, happy life. It's happy us, happy life. Because I'm not going to come on the back end of the door dragging my knuckles looking goofy. Chris Strongheart, what's your channel, brother? Is it Chris Strong Art Speak?
No. Chris Strong Art Talks.
All right. Put it in the chat so Gail can link it for you, okay? Put it in the chat real quick. But that's sad. Sir Hell Speak, how are you doing, sir? And how would you like to add clarity to this conversation? But also, Sir Hell Speak, what percentage, and it's a loaded question, of women have you dated in modern times that were able to say they were sorry or apologize for their bad behavior? Loaded question.
Yeah, so most of the ones that I actually dated did. Okay, but I want to give you a caveat though, because this is a complex question. First of all, before I say anything, I got to give a salute to the kosher clinician, one of the smoothest man on YouTube. Salute, sir. To my brother B9, to my brother Jedi Mike. Good to see you. To the guys who are on the panel, good to see you guys. I'm new to you, but very nice to meet you. So here's the thing. The first thing is, if a woman deems that you're a step up, she'll apologize. It's only when she deems that you guys are equal or you're somehow beneath her that you don't get that level of, that apology, that level of understanding, and that level of respect. So if she sees you as above, you're going to get all the things you want. That's the first thing. But here's the real issue. Is the laws and things that were made that we see were based on a time that no longer exists. So you've got the political structure, you got the systems that are outdated for the type of culture we live in. And we merge those things in together and we think it's the same, and it's not the same. Case in point, I've been married for 15 years, going on 15 years, and I got 2 daughters and 2 sons. And I realized that I was raising my daughters to be unaccountable. So when they did something, I would always be lenient on them, and I would always hold my sons to the fire because you were born and you should know better. And I think that a lot of our women can't apologize is because we reared them in a way that they felt like it was always somebody else's fault for bad behavior. You're supposed to be the man. This is why a lot of wives don't apologize to the husbands, because we say you're supposed to be the man. It all falls on your shoulders. It all falls on you. You're the head of the household. And because we've cultured them to be able to shift responsibility, they are not aware enough to be able to apologize. This is why, if you ever wonder why you sit up there looking and she done said something terrible, she done been disrespectful, and she just doesn't understand that. The reason why is because a woman can't be convicted about something she's not aware of. And if she hasn't been raised to notice those bad behaviors, by the time you marry her, you trying to correct her is going to sound foreign because it's something she's never got in her life.
I totally agree. And that's why I did a show called Rise of the Fairy Princess. If you guys have not looked at that show, go look at it, because we create the same women that we complain about. The fairy princess is the time or a woman that we exonerate without holding her accountable. Watch this. How can we give our daughters away to a man for her to be under his authority, where we as fathers exonerate her without holding her accountable? What we're doing is that we're teaching her that she doesn't have to submit to the authority of her future husband. But when you love a person, you're going to teach them the truth. I got 3 girls, but I don't exonerate my daughters over masculine authority. The gospel say that heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will abide forever. So I don't get caught up in crocodile tears and, you crying and all that goofy stuff. I don't give a shit about that. If you're out of line and out of control, I don't care how pretty you are, you can get this work. My sister can get it, my mom can get it, and all can get it if they disrespect me as a man. I don't put my daughters above my principles as a man. But some of you men do it. You say, daddy's little girl, that's daddy's girl. So you teach her not to be a responsible woman and to respect masculine authority, because when she go into relationships, she's going to expect her daddy, her husband, to treat her like daddy treated her, which in essence made her a princess without accountability. It's nothing wrong with loving your daughters. Hear me. But you never exonerate your daughters to the point that she does not respect masculine authority, because it's your job as a father to give your daughter away to her husband so that she can be conditioned to be under the umbrella and the protection of her husband. But if you're constantly aiding her, or my daughter got me wrapped around her little finger, then what are you teaching her as it relates to being a woman or a bride worthy to be under the authority of her future husband? But before you guys answer that question, a young lady called Ring on the Tin Roof said, what are some specific ways we as women can be his peace? What are some examples of what it looks like in day-to-day life? I would really love to provide that for my future husband. Starting with the Ingram experience, I'm going to start with the old heads first. Ingram, B9, and then Sir Hell speak, and then to the young bucks. What does it look like, Ingram, in your opinion? Hold tight. Unmute yourself, Ingram. You got to unmute. Go ahead, brother.
Here's the thing with it. The first thing I think women have to understand that want to be married, that want to be in a relationship, I know they talk about men understanding female psychology. Women have to learn to understand male psychology from a masculine perspective, how we work, right, how we operate. And there's a few people. I know the kosher clinician does a great job in this space. I've always recommended Suzanne Banker on my channel because she's more conservative. She understands things from a masculine perspective, what men need, what men desire in women. And it can get into the things specifically what women do. For instance, women talking about their job all the time at home. Some guys may not want to hear about your job all the time. Guys want to come home to comfort and peace. They don't want to debate you. They don't want to get into arguments with you. Those types of things that create a combative type, non-peaceful home, constantly bringing other people's problems into the home. Your home is your sanctuary. Your home is a peaceful castle. Those are things that are fact specific and how we operate. And that's what we got to understand. Understanding that for men, respect is currency. Respect is more important than love. That's currency for us, okay? The more you're able to keep that man peaceful and happy by providing him with feminine energy, the more valuable you become to him. And like I said, men don't want to debate you. Men don't want to argue with you. It's very unnatural for a man to argue with a woman. We don't like it. We don't want to do it. We would rather be in peace with you and not arguing with you. And those are some of the fact-specific things you can do.
Okay, great. Excellent. B, now, what can a woman do to be the peace of a man? As we about to end the stream, because we're getting into 4 hours, I got to stop these long streams, but the conversations are so good. But B, now, what can a woman do to be the peace of a man? If any women are listening, I would love for a lady to pop up and add clarity to the conversation. But go ahead, B, now. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. Well, first and foremost, I just want to say to everybody in the chat and everybody listening, please support my man, Kosher Clinician. I have been a humongous fan of his from day one because he speaks facts, and his facts are backed by education, higher education.
Yes,
so when we're trying to get this stuff out and we're talking off of feeling and this and that, he has the actual intellect and analytics and verbiage that we need to really hammer this point home. So we live in a capitalist society. So you show your love through giving and spending that capital toward the important things. And that leads into my answer to the young lady's question. You know what you want to do to get a job. You know what you want to do if you want to be a singer or a dancer or a architect or whatever it is you want to do. For you to not, and I'm assuming you're a grown woman, but for you to ask that question lets me know maybe a little subconsciously you really don't want to be a wife and serve your husband and bring him the peace that you say you do, because we live in 2022. Everything is accessible by 2 thumbs. You can get, I see girls on Fresh and Fit and all these stupid YouTube shows talking about how they can get to Miami and how they can get to Dubai and how they can get to all of these places, and they only 19, 23 years old. So if you can get halfway across the world and figure out how to get back, and you don't speak any of their language, you don't know any of their culture, you don't know any of this stuff, you can figure out right here in your own country what it takes to mesh with the opposite sex. But to answer your question, listen to Dave Chappelle. 4 things: keep his belly full, keep his balls dry, shut the heck up, and help him get better.
Right. That's it. It's really that simple. And I love that. And be and be a feminine oscillator, man. You know, I would like to add to the young lady, you know, practice good hygiene. Set the tone, set the ambiance for the house. You know, sometimes wear his t-shirts. Take that t-shirt and wrap it up in a knot, you know, and wear a t-shirt, wear one of his t-shirts, and walk around and keep the house clean and smelling good. Keep your hair pretty. Be natural. Be willing to listen. Put his concerns above yours, because watch this. If you put his concerns above your concerns, if he's a righteous man, and I say if he's a righteous man, I'm not talking about a bum or a dusty guy, he's going to take care of you 1,000%. Because men are conditioned to remember the small things, young lady, as it relates to getting best outcomes. If you give that man just a small modicum of honor and respect, and you are actively trying to serve him, if he's a righteous man, he's going to put you on planet X. And that basically means that the sky is unlimited to the things that man can do for you as it relates to being his woman. Men want feminine cheerleaders to amplify them as men. So that's my add to it. But Sir Hill Speaks, what would you say to the young lady as it relates to being the piece for a man or adding value and clarity to a man, in your opinion, brother? Go ahead.
Excellent. Before I say that, you said it quickly, and I don't think the world understood what you said. You said you don't elevate anybody above your principles.
Right.
That. Right. That's a whole core. I had to stop and acknowledge that one.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
If I could say anything, is be humble. A lot of our women are arrogant. They don't want to listen. They think they know it all. So our women, we gotta come with the spirit of humility. The second thing is we want you to use your knowledge for us, not against us. That's the second thing. And then here's a big one. It been going on 15 years of marriage. My wife used to be rough around the edges as well, and now she doesn't have to work. I take complete care of her. She works for me now.
Good.
And the thing is, you gotta be willing to learn. A lot of women get to a place where they think they know everything. They've been through enough. They understand the game. A woman who is able to learn is a sexy woman. So those things, be humble, be willing to use your knowledge with your man and for your man, and the ability to learn. I think those are three things that, in addition to what the other guys have said, can be an asset and bring peace.
Chris, in less than 2 minutes, what can a woman do to add clarity and be a man's peace in less than 2 minutes?
First off, I'm just going to keep it like this. Stop competing with men, okay? It's not your place to challenge us. It's not your place to get on our backs and act like our mothers. You sit up here and you complain about the type of men, and you acting like, oh, I had to be his mom, and he does this, he does that. Get off his ass, first of all, because you're doing too much. Your job is to comfort that man and support his mission. Now, we are in a place nowadays where as men, we can work on being better men, of course. This is what these platforms and spaces are for. But when you get to the point to where you value yourself as a man and you know exactly who the hell you are, you know what you won't tolerate. And you'll start to see it at the jump. At the very beginning, in the first 3 minutes of y'all first conversation, you'll start to understand what type of time she's on. So it'll become very evident very quickly the type of woman that she is. Now then, if she's coming to you, constantly challenging you, talking to you like she has no respect for you and stuff like that, guess what that means off the rip? That's not the type of girl you should even allow close to your inner sanctum at all. You're supposed to guard yourself, your values, your standards, and morals at all costs. And as a man, you don't break that for nobody, especially the biggest thing that can destroy your purpose and mission as a man, the woman that you let in it. That is the most thing that will be the downfall of the greatest men, is the harlot that they let in their lives and destroy them. So that's the biggest thing you have to be watchful for. So my thing is that first of all, value yourself, value your destination, your journey, your morals, stay on your purpose, and you find a woman who wants to support you and be a part of your team and is willing to not come into the relationship with an agenda. That means she's willing to be a part of your team off the rip. She said, babe, what I need to help you to do. Because as men, also on men, you need to understand that when you're guiding and going in a purpose of a direction, you shouldn't even really be looking at a serious relationship until you have a place for her. Meaning you have direction and guidance to give her when she gets in the relationship. This is where men, as men, we will fall off on this sector. Because she's just around and nobody established a relationship and it's just kind of la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di, whatever. No, when she comes in, you're supposed to say, hey, this is my block of instruction that I have for you. It doesn't have to be formal like that, but there does need to be a level of understanding of what she actually means to you. That's why she will get in there and disregard you and treat you like nothing, because you never gave her direction. This is why she feels like she can just do whatever and run you over and not care, because she sees there's no structure in you. Right. Therefore, you're mushy like tissue paper. She's going to go right through you because you have no backbone. Stop being a jellyfish. Get up here, you have standards, you have discipline, and you deal with your women accordingly.
Right, no doubt. I agree, no doubt, Chris. Jedi Mike, I call him the young Jedi because the force is with you strong. What does a woman need to do to be the piece of a man? You're a young Jedi, you know. Me, B9, and Ingram, we the old Jedis. You know, we on the bright side of the force.
No, you're on the council. Yeah,
we're the wise. We're the wise.
Swinging sabers. We out here. You're on other planets.
Ingram went to the dark side because of being viciously pounded. He went to the dark side.
Hey, look, man. Hey, kosher. I call it like how it is, man. One thing about me, I don't BS the game, man. I keep it real. You know what I mean? That's why when B9 be talking, it'd be like I'll be back in church and stuff, man, because he give it real. That's raw. I love it.
Right. But Jedi Mike, what would you say, brother? What does a woman need to be the piece of a man? Real quick.
Yeah, I had to just get a pause moment what Chris just went through, like just said there. I just got to get a moment of silence for a second. But yeah, anyway, when you go to the whole phrase, a man who finds a wife finds a good thing. You have to remember in that scripture, it didn't say his wife, it said a wife, right? So the whole thing about what they always forget that, well, if it's the right man, then I will condition for him. No. See, there's always been a condition saying for femininity, but yet on God's green earth, you never hear a saying there's a condition for masculinity, right? So I'm saying for this is that you come accordingly in terms of as a woman. Shout out to Sister Shahrazad Lee when she was talking about even one of the things such as cooking, is that whoever cooking the meals in the house, she can control in terms of who live, how they live through when they leave the house. That's one attribute when I'm talking about what I mean. You women have power, but you also have power to influence you have on the man. But with that comes with great power, comes great responsibility that a lot of people constantly forget, because consistently we're thinking, well, if it is the right man, that I have to condition myself away. No. And then one thing I'm speaking to my younger generation too is that we become so ignorant we're willing to receive knowledge and not knowing the fact of our experience, that we're again so prideful that we are knowing that we're the way that we're conditioning modern dating today, we're leading to our own demise. So my thing I say to women, understand that you're going to be attacked when you have to basically basically unlearn the conditions that society perpetuating on you for you to be in terms of modern woman that hopefully that's going to lead to your demise. You're going to get attacked by your girlfriends. You're going to be attacked by a lot of people, but I'm saying you have to enduring that and saying, listen, let them call you a pick me, let them call you all those sorts of names, but yet at the end of the day, you're going to win because you focus more on purpose and you focus instead of having your girlfriends like you. Let them be in there. They won't be invited to the wedding you have 6 months later, and that's okay. But the only thing is you have to be conditioned to help mate to the man. When you find a man who has purpose, and much of what Kosher clinician said, the right man, the righteous man, you have to understand that while doing that, your discernment as a woman increases. When you're with all the other girlfriends, it becomes diluted. So I'm increasing your discernment in terms of knowing that you are contributing traits to being a edifying woman, not just a modern woman.
No doubt. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. I'm gonna ask Sir Hell Speaks. I think you answered the question, but if you didn't answer, because I got so much stuff ruminating in my head. But what can a woman do to be the peace of a man? If you haven't already answered, maybe you did, but
I did. I'd answer it.
Oh, you did answer it?
Yes, sir.
You did answer. All right. So in the matter, we're gonna do a round table real quick. I would love for Jenny Morena to come on. She's like a ghost. She's very mercurial. I've seen her on the Lapive a couple of times. A good woman. But Jenny, I would love for you to pop on and add clarity to this conversation. Gail, drop the link for Jenny Morena. I'm sure she's shy, but we're not going to bite you. We're good men. Or if Jenny, you can't come on, I would love for one of the sisters to come on and add clarity to what the men are saying, because I love to hear good women give their perspectives as women. So Jenny Morena or any of the sisters that are listening, feel free to come on the platform and share your points of view, but also to share your concerns as it relates to the power of apology, the power of being contrite with your sorrows, but also the power of being the feminine woman as it relates to being mature, because it's very important. And to the 7-6 that are watching, please share the content. If you have not shared it, shout out to Family Values and Cool Gent for sharing, but the 76 that are watching, I need you guys to share this content. Share it. If you share the content, you will help me grow this channel. To the guys that are listening, once the show ends, share the content. I can see who shares it. So I need you guys to share the content. If you share it, I can see it. If you don't share it, I can see it, and I'm going to remember it. So make sure you share the content. Make sure you share the content, because you help me grow when you share the content. Solomon, the Ingram experience, what did you get from this conversation, Ingram, and what can we do to move forward as it relates to men having standards in relationships? Real quick. Unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah, let me unmute myself first. I mean, I've done a bunch of videos on my channel about men having standards, obviously, especially in our community, that just goes against the social programming in our communities. And one of the things that we talk about is that in terms of this channel, your channel, maybe my channel, and a few others are probably some of the few masculine spaces that haven't sold ourselves out for money. And what I mean by that is that obviously helping young men, helping empower men, helping empower people in general, it's a trickle-down effect to that. But there's very few spaces left where men can get together like this, talk on a panel, masculine men, and you don't have that aspect of woke culture, the male shaming, all the other nonsense that goes on where these guys get into this female bickering back and forth. But I think it's also good that we educate women that are able to come into this space and see us interact as men. We may not all agree sometimes,
right?
But the way we communicate with each other is key. We communicate with each other like men. We're masculine men. We're just men. We don't have that layer. So we need to have more of these spaces. Your spaces is like one of the front lines left. My space, and there's a few other, because like I said, what I see evolving in this space is people chasing the money, saying what's necessary to chase the money.
Right.
And that doesn't help nobody. That destroys the community, that destroys women. I mean, I've seen so many situations where women have listened to guys on the internet and guys in these spaces that have pandered to them, that have kept them single.
Right.
Men have listened to other men in these spaces that have destroyed their lives by making bad decisions. So what I got from this whole thing is that we just need to have more space. Well, we need to support your space, and we need to also support masculine spaces like mine and others that absolutely advocate for empowering men, helping men, not bashing women, but helping men become better versions of themselves. That's unapologetic about it, because I think you cannot control anything about women. You can control, you can help men, because men get the consequences of life.
Right.
But I think women change when they want to change.
Right.
But I can definitely direct a message towards men.
No doubt, no doubt. Princess A, I would love for you to pop on, dear. We won't bite you. We'll protect you. But Princess A or even Morena, Jenny Morena, feel free to pop on. I want to hear some of the women respond because it adds clarity to the show. But if you can't, I understand. But I would love for some of the women to pop on. Princess A say that, and she's correct, even Satan can exude light. Anyone can act a certain way, but will not necessarily put on an environment of peace. And that ties to fake femininity. Sir Harold Speaks. What did you get from the show, brother? And thank you for exonerating me. But what would you like to add to the show, Sir Harold Speaks, as it relates to the conversation?
Yeah, so a lot of people, I've been doing shows a lot lately, and the argument that I get is, it's 2022. We're done with this stuff. It's old. We're tired of hearing it. It's over. Well, let's move forward.
Right. I totally agree with you, brother. Right.
Yeah, these discussions are part of the solution. I'm so sick of people saying we need solutions. Conversation is part of the solution.
Yes, sir. And I totally agree.
We need to keep on having these until we keep on moving that threshold. So salute to all of my fellas who have put the work in, who've developed yourselves, who come to these platforms with the spirit of humility, ready to learn and grow. Salute to you. Keep on doing it. And to the beautiful sisters who come over here, may come over here upset and angry at first, but you're willing to listen. Shout out to you. We're doing the great work and we see progress, and I'm very proud to see that. So that's what I want to add.
Yes. I want to add clarity because you're correct. I hear people talk about the same time, like, let's find solutions. And you're right, we need to find solutions. But like you were saying, finding solutions is having the conversations. Finding solutions is for men to continue to stand firm in their masculine principles. As I said earlier, part of the solutions is also to have a war. You can't have peace until you have war. There's still a war in factions in this country. They have not broken that psychic bond of ignorance, hubris, and lack of cooperation. Part of the solution is being silent. Part of the solution sometimes is divesting, sadly. Part of the solution is men getting their passports and traveling. But like I said earlier, Sir Harold Speaks, so many want us to have what's called a kumbaya moment. But it's too much. It's too many casualties to have a kumbaya right now. Jesus said you can't take new wine and put it into old wineskin. The wineskin still is old. The wineskin is still fragmented. We got to change the wineskin in order to put new wine into the wineskin. So this is a war of attrition that's not going to change overnight. We didn't get to this place overnight, and 2022 is not going to change it. So you're correct, brother. We got to have these conversations to get to the point of reconciliation in order to move the needle forward as it relates to heteronormative masculinity, as it relates to male empowerment. B9, what'd you get from the conversation, brother? And how was it a blessing to you?
Well, first and foremost, I want to piggyback on what you and Sir Hale just said, along with Ingram. Everybody can write a doctoral dissertation on the problem. They can give you whole encyclopedia series on the problem. But then the solution is just a fortune cookie reading or a little bumper sticker that you can put on your car. No, we're going to dissect and give the solution with the same veracity that you all brought the problem with us. So ladies and gentlemen on YouTube, sit back, relax, make yourself some fresh popcorn because it's our turn. When I was a child, I had to hear Donahue dog me. I had to hear Oprah dog me. I had to watch The Color Purple and people looking at me like I'm Mr. and this and that. It's my time now. Right. And we're going to finally tell the truth. Most people don't even know that Roots and The Color Purple are fictional.
Fiction.
So guess what? Now we're going to get into some nonfiction. Yeah. And because all of you are bro scientists, and that's why the Closure Commission is so important, because he's bringing real education to your bro science. And we're finding out that your bro science has actually only helped the female. It has not even helped the bro. So let's get back to real science and let's get back to real facts that can be quantitative and verified. Then we're having a unilateral conversation, because everybody loves checkers in today's world, because just like what they're trying to make a man and a woman, all the pieces move the same. All the pieces are equal. Well, we're playing chess over here. So you have to understand what you're dealing with before we make a move. And that's what cultural clinicians, Sir Hale, myself, Ingraham, Chris, and Jedi, and Kevin Samuels, Lapeef, there are a lot of us out here, and we are finally going to give you all the truth that this educational system has paid $1 billion to keep away from us, because it's worth more than them to spend $1 billion to make sure that we, especially black men, don't make $1 million.
No doubt. We got to keep the conversation forward, like Maurice Spees said, and Voy Bryant. Shout out to Voy. I haven't seen you in a minute, brother, but much love and blessings to you. But we got to keep the conversation moving forward. Jenny Morena. If you can pop up for a few minutes, please do. I know you're cooking dinner, but if not, we're going to sign off in a minute. But I would love to hear you, if no more than this 2 to 3 minutes, to add clarity to the conversation. I'll run the stream for a few more minutes if you can pop on. But Jenny Morena, if you can pop on for about 2 or 3 minutes to add clarity, I would love it. But if you can't, I understand. But brothers need to hear from an Afro-Latin perspective, but also from a very, what is that?
That was my daughter. I apologize. Let me hit the mute button, sir.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. I thought it was a homicide. So. But I know you're up in D.C. Me ain't going to have to come and rescue you, man.
Yeah, out in D.C. right now.
You have to hit the highway, man. I'm like,
right.
Right.
Ingram, what'd you get from the, not Ingram, you already answered. Chris, what'd you get from the conversation in less than 2 minutes? Real quick, brother. Real quick.
First of all, let me go ahead and piggyback on what B9 said, just off the rip. Public service announcement to black folks. Roots is not your history. Let's just go ahead and touch on that real quick. I just had to go ahead and reiterate that. And then to go ahead and speak on, you said something about how does men establish their values. I do believe that men establish them values from understanding the golden rule that, we'll say the ancients talked about is man, know thyself. We're going way back. Man needs to know thyself. First of all, you need to know who you are, because my values may not necessarily be your values. So you need to understand who you are and where you come from and what it is that you want out of life, so you can establish your values. Because once again, trying to think and move as a monolith, it hasn't worked. And that's the scheme of the Matrix, is to make us believe that we all think alike, we all act alike, we all do alike. Therefore, when you step out of line as a man and become a free thinker, they feel like they have a way to reel you back in and say, no, you're supposed to think this way. So first off, you want to go ahead and establish who you are and what you want out of life. And from that point, you make your boundaries, your discipline, and all your standards will come from that on. Even your purpose will all come from that as well. I mean, of course, what I got from the stream is that, it's good to see like-minded brothers come around and be able to speak on, what we see, our perspectives from what's going on in society nowadays. I mean, these talks are necessary, man. Like, brothers need to come together. We need to be able to, express ourselves in a space where men can talk, like you say, the digital barbershop, what I'm saying, to be able to come out here and speak as like-minded men. And as far as what, we're dealing with the modern women, I mean, to be completely honest, ladies, it's more like this. It's like either you're going to follow or get the hell out the way. You know what I'm saying? Real men don't give a shit. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my French. But real men don't care if you want to sit here and act like you're little Miss Hot Girl Summer and all this, and my girlfriend said this, and you want to do all the little goofy stuff that you're doing to where you want to try to make a man look silly. Look, it's gonna come a time where you're gonna wish that you would have slowed down and said, you know what, that was a good man. I had the opportunity to deal with him, but because of some silly reasons, I decided not to. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's the ball is on y'all, because men, we can have kids until 65. Right. You know what I'm saying? And the men, we don't come until our peak earnings until we get about 45. Right. So, I mean, ladies, y'all are born with it. But the thing is, you got to keep it in the road, because you're at your peak potential between the ages of about 19 to 25. After that, everything is going downhill for you, hun. I don't care what you say, because you got the young 18 to 19-year-olds are coming up right behind y'all, and they're in competition with you. Because ladies, Y'all don't even trust each other, and you know it. Y'all are each other's biggest competition competing for men. This is why you got grandma at 50 still out here in the club trying to twerk. And she out here trying to get her a young 20-something. She trying to be on what y'all on in the club. You got, it's a shame. Grandmas nowadays is 45 and 48. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this? You know what I mean? But listen, we can show you better than we can tell you. Just sit back, relax, and like I said, Thuggo, Ray, and Pookie, y'all won. You got it. You got the hood. You the king of the ghetto. You won. Ain't nobody gonna take it from you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you the coolest dude on the block, bro. You win it. You know what I'm saying? Because my answer's right here, big dog. Right there.
No
there
doubt.
It is.
No doubt. Passport. No doubt. No
there
doubt.
It is. You keep
no
saying,
doubt.
I don't hear no solutions. Solution numero uno.
Right,
Boom.
right. Real quick, Jedi Mike, but Lulu Bean, if you want to pop on in less than 3 minutes to give your expose of the show, I haven't seen you in a while, dear. Feel free to. But Jedi Mike, what did you get from the show real quick? We're going to sign off. Princess A says she aged like fine wine. But cam up, Princess A, so we can see you, sweetie. Cam up so we can see you aging like fine wine. You have aged very well, I must say. But cam up so the brothers can see you real quick. But Jedi Mike, what did you get? Just go ahead, sir.
Coach, I'm gonna slide out too, okay, brother?
All right. You guys go, Sir Hale?
Yeah, I'm
yes,
head out after
head out.
Talk. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Sir Hale. Real quick, Jedi Mike, what you get from the show? Real quick.
Well, first, I just want to say, thank you guys for having me on your platform. Obviously, seeing the familiar faces, B9, everyone, salute to you, Chris, salute to you and everything. I just want to say, just appreciate that. I do a content on my channel, talk about accountability, just had a live stream about that. But the thing is, we don't have this bridging this gap in terms of information, in terms of different generations of men. Because a lot of today's men today, we're being lied to, or we're not want to accept the truth because we're being conditioned by whatever the modern society is, and through education, whatever, not being exposed to the truth, and then later age, not realizing that some of the conditions that we're putting in is going to lead to our demise. And we have to have these conversations that lead to these solutions. And like I said before, we have to have provoking conversations and being told the truth. And sometimes, in order for us to seek truth, we got to risk being offensive, and then we have to stop caring talk about the feelings we get into, because just because it was offensive does not mean you were not told the truth. And maybe because offensive, because you're now your body or your brain had now felt a sense of conviction, because now all of a sudden the basic programming has certainly been challenged. But really the reason why it's challenged, because it's not supposed to be in your nature to conform to this. It's not our nature to be this effeminate man, and to a point where we're supposed to be not leaders, and hence being these guys that being so lack of ambition, not the lack of priorities and everything. Women, is not in your nature to be all this stuff. When you hold all this pressure and you're wondering, where's my man, when you weren't supposed to hold this pressure to begin with. But yet society is telling you, I am woman, hear me war. And yet here you are going into these situations where you're complaining to your girlfriends and stuff like that. Oh, no, why me? Why not me? And it's too late. Like I said, to the whole train thing, I said we have to break the conditions that we've been perpetuated by society, and that is lead to having conversations like this.
Right. We're moving the train forward. We're definitely going to move it forward this year. And I told you guys that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. I think B9, you've already spoken, man. Thank you, B9, for coming through. B9 is B Nizzle, right? Is that you?
Yeah, I'm B Nizzle.
Oh, B Nizzle. Okay, I thought that was you. With the crypto gang. No doubt.
But I'm about to bounce.
Yeah, me too. I got to go too.
God bless you. But we all have our own way of bringing value to our people.
No doubt.
Kosher does it from a mental standpoint, because he's absolutely right. If you cut the head of the snake off, all of that ain't nothing but a pair of boots. So you got to start from the neck up and get that together first. But after you do that, understand that we are in a capitalist society, you all. And if you want to take the power back, the answer is the root word of that, capital. My channel is about stocks, crypto, real estate. That's how you take your power from my perspective. Add with Kosher, with Ingram, what I'm doing, with other great people that are been doing this before YouTube. They didn't get this idea because of YouTube. Yeah. People such as ourselves have been doing this before YouTube, and YouTube is just bringing us a platform to bring globally what other people locally would have gotten to take advantage of.
B9, we're gonna do a show on crypto at some point with Chris. I'm definitely gonna do it at some point. We're gonna do a show with Chris and you, and I might even get Solo TV, I think. We're going to do a show solely on this cryptocurrency. And shout out to my man, Vaughn Bryan. I haven't seen Vaughn in a while for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you for joining the chat and the stream. We're about to sign off. But before we sign off, this has been a very powerful show. So, guys, I'm going to drop you down. I got clients to see. I got to stop these long chats, man. I got to stop these long strings, but this has been a good one. I told you guys that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male, and understanding female psychology is paramount to the efficacy of a man as it relates to his mental and his physical health. This has been another great show. Ladies, I ask you the question, are you willing to apologize? Are you willing to be a feminine oscillator for your man? Are you willing to be an exemplar in the communities? Are you willing to be loved? Are you ready to be loved? And are you ready to follow the righteous leadership of a masculine man? We're about to sign off, guys. It's been another good show. And, this is it. And we are moving on. Be well. Are you a victim of brokenness and despair? A broken man is a hopeless man. And a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Many times, many of you young men that are listening come from homes that are very toxic and very dysfunctional. And because of that, many of you have deferred your power in many ways to the point it's led over into your social life and many times led over into your relationships. If you guys are dealing with mental health pathologies, conscious and unconscious, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician@gmail.com. It's important that you deal with your mental health in order to be a better person for yourself, your loved ones, and also your community. But because mental health is often stigmatized, many of you often suffer in silence. Don't be a victim in silence. And see me once again at kosherclinician@gmail.com. And I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And male mental health is one of those elements that's paramount to the functioning of a man. Be well.
In the morning, you got me up all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say
highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Any day could've been dead. High school price on my head. Paranoid lying in my bed. Pray to God they don't turn my shirt cherry. I was lost, didn't know me. Introduced myself to codeine. 6 months was a dope fiend. Philly didn't even know things. There was a low me. Swear to God it would've owed me. Everything you ever told me. Everything you ever showed me. I forgot it. Caused me drama. I used to stay on one. Now I changed on them. The highs with the lows. That's life these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Hit the highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. I just saw Jizzy got a plane. Guess it's what he meant when he said nothing was the same. Lately I've been grounded, energizing off the pain. Some things gon' change, I'm just soaking up the game. Through the mud, out the rain, like I remember all those same nights. Now I'm on top, no stage fright. Now I'm on go, no brake lights. Hit the pedal, hit the engine roar. No fear like a matador. Breaking trends and I'm making more. Going up, climbing ladders more. I can't be stopped. Now I do what I want. Real, no front. All the way to the top. Highs with the lows. That's like these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I ain't the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleeping, no I won't fall. No sleeping, no I won't it out. I keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop, pop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Play full belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping, no I won't fall. No sleeping, no I won't it all. I keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. That money clip us now, the new now looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriend's
Whoa, I hit recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a beat, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the deal. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. On my own, no fixer. I'm gon' ball, no picker. That I ate those, they live for. Talking on my back, go figure. Whole team eats from Slater. Never was the one to go flicker. No face, no case, no picture. Full place, big stakes, my dinner. Flip that, Canal Street. Flip that, last week. Old money, this week. New racks, never buy none more. If I can't afford to gift wrap, stunning in your foreign car. You keep buying rental tags. Ew. Heard you rollie as a lean, we are not the same. Couple thousand in my pocket, that's pocket chip. Rubber bands on my arm, this is not for play. I put 20 on the crib while you cop a chain. I know they hated or love it. You know I love when they hate it. Last year was living basic. Haters on the other side. 3 up, read between the lines. Know I got some angels with me. Made it through some evil times. Late night on some demon time. Pour this bright, I need love. I can't lock it, sweet love. Free time. Brainstorm, you cannot swim with your chains on. I can see none with the lights off. Cap, you been the main one.